to check. All right, chat. So this one's going to be a little bit interesting. Macus is otherwise occupied, so we are kind of futzing our way through a system that we have never used nor understand. So, all right, chat, go ahead and let us know if you can hear us.
Okay, now the chat can probably hear me, but I can hear myself in my own headphones.
Okay.
Oh, that's
So-
exciting.
All right, so as I said, Macus is otherwise occupied, so we are fumbling our way through. Due to some feedback from last week, we are going to go ahead and back up a step, and rather than jumping straight into the session, we're going to go ahead and reintroduce ourselves. So I am our DM. I'm Garrow. I will be playing everyone and everything that is not one of these player characters at the bottom of the screen. So let's go ahead and from left to right, let's see who's. So I'm
It's
kind of.
me. I think I'm the first one on the left, next to you.
Sure are. So Othala.
Yes.
Go ahead and
My name is Arden, but you might hear these fine folks call me Aiden. So if you hear either of those names, that is who I am. I'm playing Othala Vandergrim the second. Othala Vandergrim the first is my mother.
she was the Smilf from last week.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, what was Smilf again?
Science MILF.
Y'all better not troll anyone's on a D20.
She's more of like a blue blood MILF wasp.
So Wilf.
So
I like
right,
Wilf,
so
yeah.
that's Othala. Othala, you are playing a tiefling warlock. And all right, so up next is our, I guess to Chad. This is our newest player. Kevin, go ahead and introduce yourself and your character.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I'll be playing Ashley Cottam, the Clash Star Ranger. I will also be your technical guru for this evening, as I am in Mr. Norman's house, in his office, running all of these streams. So I have all the chats. There's 5 screens in front of me and a cat in my lap. Oh, there's the monkey making a sound for the stream. Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. But it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Before you move on, Kevin, some comments in YouTube chat are saying that you are quiet, and that Mithra.
After intros, could y'all recap last session?
Poor little doodle. He's screaming.
Mithra, you mean Mithra?
Somebody else said no.
No,
Mithra.
the little blob you see in front of Othala, Max has it tied to his like bits donations. So I don't know where. I don't know how you control that volume.
And someone else is saying they can't hear well at all at max volume. So this is
already going swimmingly.
Yay!
Okay, well, I'll work on Mr. and then I'll work on myself. Sorry, guys, I just have to work on myself a lot. It's not you, it's me.
We know.
Okay. So you're playing Ashley, the Kalashtar Ranger, and we will give a better introduction of them a little later on. All right, so Kayla.
I'm Lilith. I will be playing the Aarakocra human monk who is also into jewelry.
Wait, were we doing fun facts? I'm just kidding.
All right, Mithra.
Macus calls me Sai most of the time. Some people called me Avery. So if you hear either of them, that's me. But yes, I will be playing Mithra. She's the tiefling wizard cleric, stressed student, researcher, poor person.
All right. And Road is AFK, and let's wrap this part with Taz.
Everyone, I'm Taz. Well, my name is Hannah, but I'm playing Taz. I am a dwarf barbarian who has little bear ears when she rages. That's why my thing changes.
Cool. All right.
that
And
all about?
then. So, in order to give a little bit of a recap from last session,
Weren't we gonna roll dice to make someone do that?
yes. So I actually want chat to vote for who they want to give the recap. Eligible individuals are, oh gosh, based on who's here.
Everybody but Taz and Road.
Yeah, and Kayla and Ashley. So chat, go ahead and let us know if you want Othala or Mithra to give the recap from last session.
What? Why is Kayla not in this?
Because Kayla was only there for the last like 30 minutes.
Fine.
Don't worry, she will be punished in other ways.
Well, how about the DM? Can't the DM do it too? You do so good at those recaps.
I am immune to flattery because I don't know how to take a compliment.
Unless it's from Makis.
You and me both.
One for Othala.
Give it 1 more minute, chat.
One for Mithra.
Ooh, we got one for the DM over here on Twitch.
Yep. DM on YouTube as well.
So we got notes. Taz is quiet. Sai's a little faint.
Oh, that's a
Lilith's
second one for
audio
the
levels-
DM.
Lilith's audio levels are
All right.
good.
Another one for Othala.
Another one for DM.
I see the way the wind's blowing, which means I'm ineligible for recap next week.
And another Othala. And another Othala.
Oh snap!
I think Othala's winning.
Dude,
I-
Othala or the
I-
DM?
I don't know
think
about
the
that.
DM's winning. I got 3 for the DM over here on Twitch. 1 for Othala.
Yeah, I count 3 and 4, but that's fine. Was that Othala just dropped?
That
No,
is
that was Ashley
Kevin.
/ Kevin. Peace
to know
out.
a person running the stream.
Right,
A
right.
person
Okay,
running the
so-
stream.
Gandalf the Green. All right, fine. So
Jack, sorry, did somebody try talking to me? I got a call from Mr. Norman.
yeah, Mr. Norman can go. Anyway, so as we begin our adventure in the first session, we were beginning to get introduced to our cast of characters. So we first began the adventure zooming in our perspective on Taz and seeing a little bit of her home life with the people that she boards with and the kind of laissez-faire way she goes about her day. While picking up some lemon poppy seed scones at her local cafe, she got flagged down by one of the locals of her floor. And we'll do a little bit of a recap of the setting here for new folks as well, once we've gotten through the plot. So Taz got flagged down by one of the locals of her floor who asked her to run an errand for him. This individual said, "Hey, would you mind running up to floor 110 and grabbing a package off of the desk of my coworker, of a friend of mine? They have something ready for me." And gave the address of a warehouse a little higher up in the tower. Taz, being a friendly and helpful sort, said, "Yes, absolutely," and began making her way upstairs. On her way, she got waylaid by the antics of a gang of youths who were running about and vandalizing some of the little robotic construct drones that fly around the Tower of Maelhaven, observing the populace, keeping an eye out for any problems, and making sure that the guard, the Ascendant Aegis, is available to any who may need them at any time. After these little vandals smacked the little robotic bird out of the air, they were quickly set upon by members of the actual guard, who began taking them by their ears to go see their mothers. Taz, being a free-spirited individual, said, "Hey, why are you dragging them away like this? You should, have some of these scones instead," and began to share her bounty. At which point she began to pester the guards. Their words, not Taz's. And ended up with a one-way ticket to the local stockade, where she in a very friendly manner, made friends with anybody who would talk to her while she had her head sticking out the stock. Afterwards, she made her way upstairs and collected the package off of the desk up in the warehouse that she was directed to. During that moment, she looked into the main warehouse and saw one of the employees collapse on the ground, and was then hauled bodily off deeper into the warehouse. Tess said, "Oh, thank goodness they're taking him to the nurse," and moved on with her day. After which she heard a commotion near the town square and found herself witnessing the first of an extremely rare public execution in the center of floor 110, and took it upon herself to interfere. So, to back up a little bit, since I realize that many of you may not have gotten any of the background of the tower itself, Maelhaven is a towering city set within the chaotic continent of Amethil. They are so the city of Maelhaven is a Magitech capitalist utopia. Anybody who finds a way to make a buck in this city will quickly find themselves rising literally and metaphorically to the top of this tower. It is a very relatively high tech setting compared to many D&D games. We have constructs that work day and night to make sure that the tower runs and functions well, and it is governed by a small bureaucracy of one central ruler with his 5 sub-governors, the satraps, and all of their various duties divided amongst them. The physical structure of the city is that of 225 floors stacked one on top of the other. Each floor is roughly about 4 square miles or 2 miles to a side, with magically powered elevators reaching from the very bottom of the tower to the very top. Yeah, so that's the kind of vibes of that. Inspiration for this kind of thing is if you can visualize Arcane or kind of like a more fantasy themed Star Wars, those are the kind of the vibes we're going for, like Coruscant type of thing. So, as we progressed through the day, the beginning of our journey, we moved then to Road, played by Macus, who is a day laborer who had gotten very lucky with a job working in a warehouse up on floor 110. During his break from his work, he was recognized by an individual, one of the other day laborers hired to move crates within this warehouse, who began extolling Rhodes' daring deeds and heroic antipathy towards the Ascendant Aegis against the guards of the tower. Rhodes told the kid in no uncertain terms, "Shut the fuck up. I don't need that heat," because the guards are moving all around through the city at basically all times. When this other worker wouldn't relent and continued to talk to and about Road, Road decided to put him in a headlock and put him to sleep. This roused the ire of the rest of the employees, who began fighting with one another as Road chucked the other guy bodily into the crowd, creating a diversion for himself to slip away and unfortunately lose his pay for the day. Road also made his way towards the center of floor 110, where he inadvertently met up with Taz. Later on, we introduced ourselves to Othala, who is, let's say Othala is a particularly moneyed individual coming from a very strong and powerful magitech firm that develops some of the most highly coveted artifacts in the continent. She, as we came into her perspective, had just discovered that half of the invitations that she had printed had been thrown out by her mother. This is a party that Othala II has been working on for weeks, trying to bridge the gap between the wealthy individuals near the top of the tower and the people who work for them. Trying to throw this kind of social gathering to bridge the gaps between the rich and poor of the city of Maelhaven. During this she then went to go confront her mother and found out that this was essentially a test by her waspish, controlling adoptive mother, who essentially wanted nothing more than for her daughter to put up a fight and give a good reason why she should do these things, and making it clear in no uncertain terms that any negative fallout from this soiree will fall on her daughter's head. After this meeting, Othala II went to go meet up with her friend Kayla, who is a jeweler, a fairly well-known maker of fancy things, living just a few floors below the Vandergrims themselves. During which they had a bit of a catch up and a bull session about what is going on in their lives, and kind of elaborating on the topic of the hour, in which Othala requested that Kayla make a kind of elaborate centerpiece for this upcoming party. So, which brings us back to the cliffhanger from last session. Taz and Rhodes' plot lines intersected during this public execution. A incredibly rare event in this city that is renowned for its safety and stability. Rhodes and Taz took it upon themselves to break up this impending hanging, and found themselves very quickly surrounded and outnumbered by the Knights of the Ascendant Aegis. However, luckily, as the two of them were about to get their shit kicked, a few individuals managed to crash this party, and a half dozen members of this gang, dressed in orange and black, fought their way through, and between the six of them, the 5 individuals who were ready to be hanged, and Rhodes and Taz, managed to break their way through the crowds and escape to a back alley, where one of the individuals in orange and black said, "Hey, I'm really sorry for this, but you're going to be safer if I do this," and shoved the two of them down a well, which is where we ended our last session. So, which brings us into today. We're actually going to resume our let's say, conversation with Kayla and Othala, with the two of them planning this upcoming party. So our perspective as the audience zooms in to Othala and Kayla standing in the empty workshop, where these two individuals are the only ones in sight. So, Othala, Kayla, what are you guys talking about?
You wanted me to come to dinner with you.
Yeah, if you were free, that is. I mean, you're trying to make a connection more with the people and all that and all here, so why not join me?
Who did you say this person you are having dinner with?
Oh, it's
Do,
my good friend Nara.
do you trust Nara?
I trust her immensely.
Can
She
I guess I can't insight check that. I would just trust that.
Yeah, so actually, I'm going to call for a history check from Othala,
Okay.
as kind of a litmus test of like how up to date on like pop culture and stuff for you.
Oh boy. All right. Let's go roll a dice. That was really good. That's a whopping 5.
5. You've heard
Yeah.
the name, but you don't quite pick up on like it's just not your genre. Um, However, Kayla, you are well aware that Nara Not Whistle is the voice of a generation. Like this halfling bard is a mainstay in the upper level taverns and ale houses. And she, despite getting a little bit up there in years, still she is a good enough performer that she can fill taverns, just like within an hours of her announcement of playing there. So you are well aware of Nara Not Whistle.
Oh, I'm surprised you've never heard of Nara Night Whistle.
I mean, the name sounds familiar.
Come on, Othala, we've talked about this. You know, if you want to have connection with people, you need to understand them.
I mean, yes, that is the theory. Um, brief me then a little on who this Nara person is
Oh,
before we.
um, she's a bard of like great renown here in Maelhaven. Like, I heard that she once filled a tavern with only a 2-hour notice to her performance.
Well, that's very impressive. Maybe we can talk about inviting her to perform at the party if she's as good as you say.
I mean, she's the best, so if you want your party to be a banger, then she needs to be there.
All right, all right. Uh, yes. I guess I suppose I just usually. I'm not a huge music person. That's okay though. I'm sure I could be convinced. Um, right. What time did you want to meet? Are
Uh,
you about to leave now, or
we normally meet about 6-ish.
what time is it now, DM?
At this point, it's probably like early to mid afternoon. Like you just spoke with your mother about an hour and a half ago.
Oh, okay. All right. So I do have time to sort of finish my errands. I will have to cancel and move around a couple things, but I think I could swing it. Uh, where are we
Oh,
meeting?
we will be meeting at. Let's see, where was it today?
Um, so You're Nara's performing tonight at an inn called the Lucky Penny. It's down on, let's see, you're on floor what, 210?
190.
190. Okay, yeah. So it's actually, I guess, up from you a few floors. 195.
Oh, it's no problem. We're meeting at a place called the Lucky Penny on 195.
Have I heard of the Lucky Penny at least?
Yeah, it's fine. Like it's an establishment that you and your friends had frequented back when you were in school before you like really got sucked back into the family business.
Oh, that place holds a lot of nostalgia for me. I will be very excited to see it again and see sort of what's changed. It's been quite a while since I've been there.
Well, I'm glad you'll be able to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I should. Do you think my me being me might cause a bit of a stir? Should I try and kind of keep myself on the DL? Maybe I'll just like wear some sunglasses or
And what, put on a hoodie with a hat and whatnot? Oh, don't be silly. It's not like you're going below floor 180 or anything.
that's fair. I just don't want to cause any unwanted attention my
Oh,
way.
oh, trust me. If Nara is there, no one's gonna pay attention to you.
I almost don't like that you said that way.
I mean, I don't mean any offense, but I mean, she's Nara.
No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Um, all right. Well, then I will be very looking forward to seeing exactly how charismatic this Nara person is. Um, so then I will see you tonight at the Lucky Penny at
Good.
6. 6?
Um,
6.
6. Yes.
6 o'clock.
Let your butler know so he can remind you.
Yes, of course. I'll start like walking out of the back room with Kayla, and I'll like kind of like through the window snap my finger at Jeeves, who's just kind of like he probably can't hear it, but I feel like there's a certain part of him that is attuned to everything that I do. So as soon as I snap my fingers, he like turns his head, looks quote unquote looks in, and opens the door to the shop and walks in. And I say, Jeeves, cancel my can you help me send a message to um the Albright family and tell them I will meet them early in the morning instead of later tonight. And then yeah. And then he'll like open his little stomach and pull out one of those like little messenger bird things that you were talking about last week, Garrow. I don't remember the thing that it was. Really cool.
Yeah, the
What was
oh,
it?
I blanked now. Metallic something.
Shoot. Anyways,
That's
some
fine.
sort of tiny little bird construct, and she'll just like relay a message that she's going to push her meeting back slightly, and then lets it go, and it goes flying through the shop doors. Um, and then she just turns to Kayla. Well, everything's set then.
All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you then.
Great, awesome. I will be on my way. Good luck with the rest of your jewelry.
And good
Uh,
luck with getting your party set up. It sounds exciting.
yes, it's going to be absolutely exciting. I'm very, very stoked about it. Actually, where would I use the word stoked? I don't know, but here we are. And then ta-ta, like she'll just like kind of wave and like walk out. Her little like tail kind of whipping back and forth excitedly as she leaves with Jeeves in tow.
Okay, so as Othala leaves, Kayla, what do you intend to do with the rest of your afternoon? Like now having this like assignment, I guess.
Uh,
Not this call to action with this helping Othala with her party.
The first thing I'm gonna do is go back into my workshop and pull out the piece I was working on when Othala showed up. It's from the meteorite she gave me to make something out of.
Okay.
And actually, if Arden wouldn't mind deafening or muting me for a minute so I can describe what it looks like, that'd be glorious.
Ooh, secrets. Okay, hold on. Let me do that. I
cheating.
will. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out how to do that. Hold on. I just hit mute. Right click and mute you. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Or
Can
just,
you?
or just
muted
deafen
you.
yourself.
Oh yeah, I guess I could just do that. That's very silly. That'd be probably easier. But
Okay.
then somebody could just say in the chat when when everything's done. Okay. I'm deafened.
All right. Can you hear me? I want to make sure this is a test.
I can hear you.
Thank you. Anyways, as I pull this piece out, it is a shimmering black as night pendant, but speckled throughout it is silver dust, almost opalescent, in a reminiscent of stars. Right in the center is a beautiful green peridot stone with what looks like possibly flames made out of rubies coming around it into the shape of a tail, making it into a meteorite through the starry sky.
Excellent. All right. So let's go ahead and ping Aiden, bring her back. And then, so do you? I guess you're going to spend the rest of the afternoon just working on this until it comes time to go meet for dinner.
Yes, I am. I'm gonna. There's a few final touches I want to put on it, and I want to go and speak near when it's close to finish. I want to go and speak to a close friend of mine who might be able to help me put the finishing touches on it.
Okay. Sounds good. So while you're working on that, we are actually going to flip perspective to our new the new member of our cast. So Ashley.
Yes.
So we have a little drawing, but go ahead and give us just a quick little introduction. So we find you in your home. Like, go ahead and describe where you're at. What floor are you from? What does your house look like? And yeah, what do you generally spend like the early part of your day doing?
So many residents that take the 30 and 30, the various elevator systems, do not know that there is a 13th floor to the tower. Generally, the elevators do not stop there. The 13th floor is very different. It is like a nature preserve wilderness. There's lots of trees, and the various druids that live in the city, for which my character will multi-class into at the appropriate time, uh, have made their homes on floor 13 that is mostly left alone by the city overlords. Be not as left alone as they would like. Uh, Ashley is getting ready for their day. They put on their brown overcoat. They've got their canvas pack that's been patched a whole bunch of times. They've got their big broad hat that's got a cool golden giant eagle feather sticking out of it. Red bandana with symbol that they had to they won the bandana in a lotto game. They had to put in 1,000,000 entries to get it. And across their chest, they sling a bandolier of magical spherical items of some sort of arcane nature. And they set out from floor 13, and they go up to floor 58 to the warehouse district, where they're off to get a package that they've pre-set up. They're going to get 3 crates of apples. Definitely 3 crates of apples. Yes, nothing suspicious in those 3 crates of apples that they're getting from a very reputable looking warehouse. Absolutely. And they're going to take these apples up to floor 192 to the Penny Tavern.
Okay.
What was the tavern called?
The Lucky Penny.
The lucky penny. Right.
Floor 195.
There's a note in the. God, sorry, I wrote it down here so I wouldn't have to remember it. Okay, 195, 193, 192, 190 something. Damn, I can't read my own handwriting. Well, we'll start at 192 and work our way up from there. All right.
So this has been a dramatic progression throughout your day. So your home is essentially barely better than a shack in the forest. You know, one of the few floors that is dedicated to a nature preserve. At which point you kind of bump up through the city a little bit, and it is shocking. Like the transition between floor 13 and floor 56, where you picked up your apples, is air quotes apples. It has gone from like lush and deep, like old growth style forest, into a like smoggy, claustrophobic mess. Your floor as a nature preserve has illusions kind of giving the impression that this is like a high ceiling, like open sky area. Up on floor 56, however, it is not the case. The space itself.
Hi, I would just like to say I
is
love you
shown
shorts and
to-
your art style. Now have fun. I need to
be
eat
a
dinner. We'll be
tactical height
watching.
Of only about 30 feet from floor to ceiling. So every bit of this like industrial complex is packed in short, squat, and wide, with everything being kind of like the walkways are as cramped and as close together as it can be. This is the epitome of like almost like your steampunk style aesthetic. And then heading up to floor 192, which unbeknownst to Ashley, is not quite her actual destination. She finds herself in a sprawling residential district. So this is one of the spaces that has been enchanted to feel a lot bigger than it really is. You step off the elevator and immediately, like, you feel like you're outside. This feels like home. The ceilings are imperceptible, and the houses are spread out in these like rambling, like ranch style, like homes where you've got a bunch of different horses and aurochs and cows and oxen, sheep, like you know, the kind of ranches that you could look at and you're like, wait, people don't actually work here. This is just an aesthetic kind of thing. The people who own the house don't actually like husband these animals. So that's where you find yourself on floor 192. Where are you headed?
Right. This doesn't look quite right. Is there anyone who also looks seedy and suspicious that I could maybe do like a thieves can't, like, hey, I'm looking for the Lucky Penny Tavern?
So near the 3 and 30, or like for the elevator that you came up, this little segment of the floor has the feeling, not the true like actual implications of it, but it has the feeling of kind of like a way stop, or kind of like a ye old general store kind of vibe. But it's almost LARPing or cosplaying, like being meek and humble kind of a thing. As you come up, make a perception check.
Ooh, rolling dice. It's my first dice roll of the campaign. Else, hold on, Norman, where are your dice? D20. I rolled a 10, and my perception is 6. So that's a 16.
A 16? Oh, that's not bad actually. So given your proficiencies, you walk past, like, carrying your crate of apples, you walk past the first like little ye old shop, and then you walk past the second one, and when you come to the third one, that's like maybe like a 15 or 20-minute walk from where you originally came up. Like these general stores like absolutely would be in competition with each other if they weren't set up for the LARP of it and are actually there more for convenience of the wealthy people that live on this floor. So it's the third one where you spot carved to the top right of the threshold of the door, like the frame of the door, a pair or a set of like inverted chevrons with some little squiggles lightly carved into the wood. You fairly quickly recognize the symbol of the Ithasand.
Nice. So this is a good place to ask somebody friendly.
Yeah, some pointed questions are.
All right. Is there anybody that I see that I can ask?
Yeah, so inside the shop here, this one is markedly more dingy than the other two. So whereas the other ones are, kind of playing into the aesthetic, like they deliberately leave dirt on the ground, like their wares are still like clean and nice and like well packaged and stuff. This one is almost has the air of like it's nobody has purchased anything here for a long time. This is your backwoods gas station type shop. So the proprietor of this little store here is this like half dark elf individual with like kind of ashy gray skin and the irises of his eyes just have the barest hint of red to them. Like he's been away from the Underdark for a very long time. Like his family has. And he looks up at you, and you can almost see the lip curl for a second. Welcome to the Seldarine Imports. Have a look around, see if there's anything that appeals.
Right. I'm gonna tip my hat up a little bit, walk up to the counter, lean on it, give the knowing look. Look here, mate. Trying to unload some cargo that'll, give a fella a good time without having to pay the man too much. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. Trying to find the lucky penny. Might have got off on the wrong stop. A little assistance from you. Some of my cargo might end up here.
Make a persuasion check. I don't feel like you're lying particularly, but
I really am not. All right, 18.
Gary, you want to explain too what the Ithasand is for anyone who was curious about that?
And the roll is a 21.
We'll get to that. So a 21. Okay, so this individual, he like looks down at the crate that you've got like tucked under one arm, and he pulls up like a stick, kind of like a broken part of a cane or whatever, just a generic like dowel that he's had behind the counter, and pokes the crate, and as it like shifts, he can hear the clinking inside, and he looks up. Right, for a pair of your apples. Yeah, I think I could get you to where you need to be.
I think I can afford to lose an apple. An apple a day keeps bucket helmets away.
Fair enough. Suppose I had to try. Yeah, I'll take one of your apples here. And yeah, well, you're looking for the lucky penny, right?
Lucky penny.
You're
Proprietor's
actually
a woman with an eye patch and a peg leg. Or is that the bad investment?
Kevin, can you up your sound?
Up my sound? Yes, I can. Maybe. Possibly.
bad investment is on the bad investment is on 75. Everybody knows where the bad investment is. If you're heading to Lucky Penny,
I don't remember who the proprietor of the Lucky Penny is. and I didn't write it down.
Oh, of the lucky penny. Oh, yeah, you're gonna want to be seeing Karin Brightscale.
Now, is that the one with the eye patch and peg leg?
No peg leg, but he might have been putting on an eye patch. You know, these individuals with their storied pasts, these heroes of an age. Karin's the one you're gonna want to talk
pretty
to.
certain it's a fake eye patch. Like, I mean, not like a fake eye patch, but you know, like there's a real eye behind the eye patch. You know what I'm? Yes.
I
Please
understand.
continue.
So anyway, you're a few floors short. Go ahead. Yeah, you're gonna want to head about a mile east of here once you get up the nearest one of the elevators. So make your way up to 195 and you'll find it. The Lucky Penny is pretty easy to spot. It's got a big old sign painted as though it were a single copper piece, just glinting in the sunlight.
Well, up 3 floors, mile east, Glen and Copper Penny. Got it. Now, listen here, friend. I'm taking this moment as one of them to the gods type thing. We might be able to do future business together. If you needs any goods moving up and down, quiet like, just let old Ashley Cottom know.
Downright serendipitous. I think we can do business now, and he'll kind of like gently slide over like the not quite a placemat, but just like a little like yeah, you know what, it's a placemat on the counter in front of him, in a subtle air quotes gesture as to leave one of your apples behind.
All right, I'll pull out one of the bottles of untaxed hooch. Leave it on the counter.
Good. So you make your way following the directions of this member of the Ithasand. So for chat, the Ithasand is our crime syndicate that has spent borderline almost 1,000 years working to crowd out every one of their competitors. Anybody who's participating in any form of organized crime is likely to be a member of the Ithasand. Gangs tend to find themselves under their umbrella. Everyone from street level, like drug pushing, to full on minting of forged coins. The Ithasand has a hand in it. And so this is the individual that Ashley found themselves interacting with. So you follow the directions. Excuse me, chewing. So you follow the directions of this individual. The Dark Elf tells you to go. And the Lucky Penny is fairly easy to spot. Floor 195 is like, if I could give, 2 words to give the whole vibe of 195, it is upscale strip mall. So I guess that's 3 words. Everything here is like, niche, like kitschy boutiques, people who are selling everything from like upgraded construct made beds that will automate to your particular pressure, and they claim that they use magic to detect your optimal sleep patterns, to stores that are like, yes, this is real ancient Telorian artifacts, though any real historian would know that they're props. So as you make your way through 195, the Lucky Penny is this massive, like 3-story tavern that as you push through the doors, the first thing that like hits you is, shit, this is midday and this place is bumping. There are maybe 10 or 15 tables on the ground floor, that with decent amount of space in between them, with a large like dance area to one side of the room. Looking up above you, you can see that there is one balcony with one story above that is accessible by stairway from the main floor, and it's kind of like where the bottle service area is. And then up at the very top, there is this. From your angle, you can't see through it, but you get the kind of reflective sheen from the candelabra and the torches that illuminate the area here. These like ever burning torches. That there is a literal glass ceiling above you, and elevated on a stage opposite from the bar is a newfangled Magitech contraption, a permanent thaumaturgy singing cone. You sing into one end, and the entire room hears the cantrip constantly. So yeah, built a magical microphone. This place is built for like concert audiences. So yeah, going into the room, make an investigation, perception, or actually, how are you approaching this? How are you looking for the proprietor?
I'll probably walk in, follow along the outside wall towards the back room, and like see if I can go in the back.
Okay, just walking up to the. Okay, so you
Well,
heading
like,
up to.
I'm like the Coors guy, midday delivery
Okay, with your creative apples.
with my creative app.
Okay, so heading up to the back room, like toward the kitchen area. You push your way kind of like through the tables. Like the midday crowd is a little bit like sparse. This is the very much the era of like businessmen on break. As or like out to lunch kind of a thing. So it's not that difficult to like make your way through and get up to the back. As you like touch the door into the kitchen, like or both doors like fly out towards you, as this hefty dragonborn individual who with his red scales are gleaming like on the face and neck, but as you look down like towards his arms, like in the very same, like you can look at a person's elbows or knuckles or something to like kind of gauge their age. The luster of a dragonborn's scales can be used in a similar way. So the face and neck tell you, oh, this is a very young like prime of their life dragonborn. But as you like kind of glance down to the forearms, you can see like it's kind of dull and lost its luster. Kind of like the scaled version of like plastic surgery or Botox. And this like gigantic individual, biceps out the wazoo, like they flex the wrong way and their shirt's gonna rip. Barrel of a gut, almost like bowls you over. Like you don't quite have to like make a save to avoid being knocked over, but looks down at you. One golden eye locking onto yours, the other one behind a black eye patch. Hey, what are you doing in my bar?
Oh, bright scales. Now I get. Hi, I've got a special delivery for you.
I didn't order anything. Deliveries don't come in till Thursday.
Wait, isn't today Thursday?
No, it's Tuesday, nitwit.
Oh.
Now move out of the way. I've got a business to run here.
But wait, I need to talk to you, like, in the back, maybe. Talk about these apples that I was told to deliver to you that you might be interested in purchasing.
Pulls
At a
up
hefty
short.
discount.
at the words hefty discount, he like pulls up short. Like he's got like a tray full of like of food, like being ready to bring out. What you mean discount?
Well, let's just say a certain entity is not getting a cut. I'll
Right.
nod knowingly, and then I'll
Right.
like sort of point my head at the back, like, let's not talk about this right here.
Ashley, make a insight check.
Insight. Right. Well, I rolled an 11, and my insight is 6. So that would be a 17.
17. So the posture shifts as you say, you know who's not getting a cut. And Brightscale like sets the tray of food onto a nearby table, puts his hands on his like massive or on his huge waist, and looks down, and like it is looking down. This guy is borderline 7 feet tall. Right, maybe we should have a conversation. Head on into the kitchen. I'll be back shortly. And it's at this point that you notice, like, almost like a charm or like some kind of bit of jewelry, like dangling from the eye patch, is a small, like silver, small silver charm, in the shape of like a stylized flame, and that catches your eye. So, as that conversation is about to happen, let's see. Let's go ahead and gift to Mithra. So Mithra, last we left you, oh shit, I did not even give your background from your recap. So Mithra is, for the audience, working on studying a certain branch of, or a relatively new branch of magic, manipulating time and space in a way that has not been done before. Mithra is attending more or less a college of magic, particularly within the School of Transmutation, as it's the one that seems to best meet her needs. You, during your vignette earlier, had run into another classmate and asked for permission to run an experiment on their construct, their personal construct, which for them was this, I think, not a frog. The frog is the thing that she was. Brucey. So you had asked to run a friendly experiment on Brucey the Bat, her personal construct. Essentially, like, the wealthy and moneyed individuals, or those who have access to the R&D departments of Maelhaven, often have the opportunity to pick up a personal construct, something that like manages their appointments, can send basic message and sendings, and do just kind of generic base level tasks. These are expensive, but they're extremely handy. So you was shown a lot. You were shown a lot of trust from your friend. I think it was Ellie.
Yes.
Who offered to let you play with her construct while she was running an experiment of her own. While you were working on your project, a Minotaur student on the far side of the room was messing with a dead reptile of some sort, trying to replace its organs with clockwork, and failed dramatically, explosively. After having dealt with that, you left the room, having achieved some mild success on your project, but noted as you were walking back home, that many of the constructs, personal constructs of students that you had walked nearby, had issues, major malfunctions with each of their constructs as you passed nearby them, and you decided that you were going to head down the tower to go meet with your out of school mentor, to ask for assistance with this issue.
Yep. So
So-
I'm heading to floor 110.
Okay.
Near, and my mentor's name is Near. How do you spell it? Niravuni is how you kind of pronounced it last time.
That sounds right. I don't think I wrote it down.
You fool.
I know, right? Okay, we'll just go with that. Niravuni. So you head down to 110, and it is an absolute furor here. It is chaos in all directions. As you step off the elevator, the first thing that you notice is dozens and dozens of peacekeepers flying, like leaping from building to building, and then dropping down onto groups of individuals. As there is what appears to be like the either the beginning or end of a riot going on this level of the tower. There are knights running from place to place, and you see it as a like orcish individual is like pushed up against the wall by two members of the knights of the Aegis in full like plate armor, as they like bind manacles behind his back. And then one of those knights is like decked behind, like at the base of the skull, by a furbolg woman, who like looks like a trained boxer, as she's getting ready to like defend this person that she's. Yeah, you have stepped into the middle of chaos here. So what's your first reaction?
Mistress Tits, what the fuck is going on? I will do my very best to not get clocked by an Aegis Knight, and I will just be like, well, okay, shit. I will weave through the crowd as quickly as humanly possible. Do I think flying will attract more attention, or just get me there faster?
It's probably like there's probably cost and benefit to it. The only things that you can really see in the air right now are the peacekeepers with their kind of like reduced gravity, like bounces and hops that they're doing from place to place, as well as hundreds of warblers, metallic warblers, zipping around in like these huge flocks, before descending onto larger crowds, dusting them with their with the blue mist that emanates from the crystals within their like silvery skeletons.
Okay, I will stand
So-
on ground then.
Bum, bum, bum.
How far is... I would know this, but just for my... How far roughly is Niravuni's place from the elevator?
So you've been down here before, and you know to like do the majority of your lateral movement up on 168, in order to avoid most of the chaos that happens down here in this industrial district. So Niravuni's home is only maybe a block or so away from the elevator, from the one of the 30. So as you move away from the elevator, how are you doing this? How are you doing about it?
Is the riot still ongoing? Like, are there people? How many people, I guess, are rushing away from what I could assume is likely like the epicenter of whatever just happened?
Make an investigation check.
Arnar. Okay. Well, my investigation is good, but not on a 5. A 10.
A 10. Okay. So a 10. It's absolutely rough down here. You can see that on a 10, there is a kind of general movement away from the center of the floor. But yeah, it's hard to tell. People are going back and forth. You're not sure like what the actual movement of the crowd is.
Okay. I will try to not get swept up in the crowd, and I will stick to the edges of buildings as much as possible, and weave my way towards where I know near Vinny's places.
Okay.
And
So if you're gonna try,
to get trampled.
yeah, if you're gonna try to go stealthy, roll that. Like try to avoid their catch.
Arnar. Okay.
Now,
The dice do not like me today. That's fine. It's fine. I rolled really well first. The first day. I think it's a it's also. I think it's a flat 10 again.
so luckily for you, the chaos is working in your favor. As long as you keep a low profile, nobody seems to be coming directly for you. So you press across, like going from alley to alley, making your way towards Niravuni's home. As you come up on the like tenement style building, like almost like townhouse style, you head over and do a quick like knock on the door. And a moment goes by before like a shutter opens in the middle of it, and you could, or like dead center, like the lower than you would normally expect. And you look down. Oh, it's you. Come on in. As Niravuni, like you hear dozens of like bolts and like chains like unshackle, and Niravuni allows you access. So stepping inside, it is not, I guess depending on your personality, this could either be heaven or like nightmarish. So it is crowded, like absolutely packed. Like there's books that are stacked flat on one on top of the other until they almost reach the ceiling and kind of like are creating like arches up above them, the path that you have to move your way through. Niravuni is a squat, like 3'10" tabaxi, who is just the chubbiest peaks. It is the fattest cat that you've ever met. And like deftly for their size is like scooting and scurrying through the mess into the back of the house. Come on.
What? Yeah, the floor's been busy today, has it?
Absolute chaos. Something happened about an hour ago. I have no idea what yet. I've not been able to catch a warbler to reprogram it.
Do you need help with grabbing one? And I'll like kind of poke my head and glance back outside.
If you're willing to step outside in that mess.
Okay, DM, what are the likelihood of me screwing myself if I try to just grab one?
So I'll let you know. So this is common knowledge. The warblers are the eyes and ears of the Aegis. Those are those little like Magitech birds that fly throughout the city, listening and watching for any sort of trouble. They are not physically intimidating in any way, but they do have a telepathic link to those, or to whoever's wearing the cloak of the Aegis. So, Satrap Kurimata. So, whatever the warblers know, they can communicate to the satrap with instantaneously.
Okay.
Whether or not that they determine whether that's a big deal at the moment or not is up for debate.
What is the likelihood of... So I have Unseen Servant. What is the likelihood that I might have had it up already? I'm just hanging around.
If you expend the spell slot, you can go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I don't think it's a ritual spell.
It can be.
Oh. Well, if you want to take the time. Niravuni said that this has been going on for roughly an hour by now.
Yes. Can I spend 11 minutes cast Unseen Servant, and then I would essentially fly up onto the roof of Niravuni's building really quick, and then try... Actually, I don't know, maybe I don't need the Unseen Servant. Never mind about the Unseen Servant thing. I'm just gonna fly up onto the roof of the tenement building and just see if there's any warblers in a close proximity.
Okay, make a perception check.
Nice, please. Nice, no.
Poor side.
It's not like, okay, it's literally just like a very average roll. It's 11.
Okay. On a perception check, like, that's not deadly. So yeah, the thing that catches your eye, like, there's nothing that's immediately nearby, at least that you can see. The main thing that catches that catches your attention is the swarms, like the absolute flocks of warblers, that are like descending and moving their way through the city. You would, from past experience, or rather not past experience, but like what you have read about the warbler schematics, you would guess that your best chance, this is more or less like a passive arcana check here for you, would be to snag one immediately after it like drops its payload of calming dust, of its mist.
Okay. From my vantage point on the roof, how can I see one that appears to be doing that course of action?
Okay. If you were to take some time and do it, like, it would, let's say, it would cost you about half an hour of time, to like slowly make your way towards the areas of the city where there's like active riot happening right now.
Sorry to interject here, but chat. Will you guys put in the chat if the music is overtaking our voices right now?
Actually, okay. Maybe I think I will. Actually, okay. Seeing this situation, I'm gonna go back inside really quick. Can I spend 11 minutes and cast Unseen Servant, and then what's the range on this?
Sorry to interrupt real quick. Twitch is saying a little bit with the music.
Alright, I'm turning it down a smidgen. Been reduced by a smidgen. It's the technical term for that amount of music.
I would like to use Unseen Servant, and then it's a 60... Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a 60-foot range, so it can function 60 feet away from me, right?
Yes. The Unseen Servant can't go further than 60 feet.
Further than 60 feet, okay. Then, could I essentially stay on the rooftops and have, well, within reason, and try to use that and use the unseen servant. The unseen servant can interact with things, right?
Yeah, I think it's got a strength of 2, so it can like manipulate like light or small objects.
Can I have it? Can I essentially wait on a rooftop until I notice a warbler dumping its payload, and then have the unseen servant try to snatch it?
Okay. Depending on. Actually, no. This is a dangerous situation. So this is actually going to take a roll. It's not going to be spend enough time on it. So I'm gonna need. It's a hide and wait kind of thing. Let's go ahead and call this an investigation check to get your best opportunity.
Oh, hold on, clear that. Okay. Not the worst. 12 plus 5. 17?
17. Okay. So it doesn't take an extravagant amount of time. But you kind of like dodge and duck, and like luckily you have access to the roofs, whereas most people don't. So even though the ceiling is fairly low, you're kind of like jumping or like hopscotching from place to place in the same type of movement as the peacekeepers are. And you find yourself like under like the eaves or an overhang, as a crowd of people are like fighting and breaking down. Like this is a section of the conflict in which the knights here seem to be losing. At which point the swarm of warblers comes down and drops their calming mist, and many of the individuals begin to like slow down and stop. And now's your chance here. What are you doing as these warblers are coming by? Like they are in the process of dropping their mist.
Garrow, before Sai decides what she's gonna do, I need for science. What does it look like when the warblers drop their mist? Because all I'm picturing is like a bird taking a big poop.
Think of it as like a Skyrider type thing. So like, or
oh, it does.
Or
still
like
come
Tinkerbell.
out the back.
It's very like Tinkerbell like. Instead of gold though, the dust that is dropped is blue.
But out the butt.
So
Yeah.
It's like right out the butt. It is out the butt.
Let me get you all an image of a warbler here, so that way you get like the idea of it. But yes, it's like they're pooping. If you really want to interpret it that way.
That's absolutely how I choose to interpret it.
But to answer your question, sorry. So technically in my inventory, I have a bedroll. Or just like, I don't know, I likely have some sort of fabric in my backpack. Could I attempt, as the warblers are dropping down, to poop out their calming mist? Sorry.
I'm done. Freaking done.
You mean the peaceful poop?
The blue
Yes.
poop. Blue poop. Don't drink the blue poop or the blue milk.
Some
I don't know.
pacifying poopies.
The pacifying poopies.
Pacifying poopies.
Okay. When I see them drop down, could I essentially try to time it where it's like, you know, like if you're trying to catch a bird or just a small creature on the ground, like can I try to throw like a piece of fabric over it, and if I manage to catch one, I would have the unseen serpent then like try to scoop it up real quick.
Okay. I think I will call that You're not proficient in net. Make an attack roll using your dexterity.
Oh no. Okay.
Because I don't think you're proficient in martial weapons.
I am. Nope. I'm just simple.
But yeah,
Right.
you're functionally using a net.
This motherfucker. 5.
God.
5?
Wah, wah.
5
So
doesn't beat the
hard.
AC. But if you want to take another attempt, the more that you do this, the more likely you are to get involved in the fracas.
I will try one more. Please, dice. Why do you do this? Okay, that's not as bad. What's my dex? Just my flat dex.
Flat dex.
16.
16 does beat a warbler's AC. So the first one, you like drop
Yay.
down a cloak or a bit of fabric trying to catch it, and you're like, shit. No, as it crashes onto the ground, and you like have your unseen servant like scurry it back up, and then go to drop it again, and you do manage to catch one in the second bit. Like you kind of like now have a metallic bird like thrashing on the inside of like a jacket.
Okay, I'll have the unseen servant kind of like wrap it to be like a makeshift sack kind of thing, and then we'll retrace our steps back to Nirvani's shop, and I'll just bang on the door again and be like, I got one.
Okay, you've been out for like 45 minutes, almost an hour. It takes another minute for Nirvani to come back, and like the little shutter opens up again, like just above waist height. The eyes, like the like feline green eyes, look up at you. Oh shit! I didn't think you'd actually do it. Come on. Chunk, 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 chunk. The door opens and lets you in.
I'm a little bit hurt that
Well-
I couldn't do it.
In calmer times, I believe in you, but I mean, with everything that's going on right about now, everything's fucking wild right now. So,
Yes, call this
actually-
a coping mechanism.
yeah, Mithra, go ahead and add 100 experience points for catching that warbler.
Yay.
Or actually, I might be overselling it. Sorry, 50 experience points.
Man.
Okay. And XP. Nice. Alright. I will have my unseen servant hang out outside the door. And then I'll take like the presumably wriggling jacket and kind of just stick both hands out and be like, here.
Okay. So, keeping it wrapped in the cloth, actually, Niravuni like takes both ends of your jacket and like loops it around a little bit to like tighten inside there, and then almost like a flail or a morning star spins it and smacks the warbler against a surface until it's like stunned. You hear the sound of like metal smacking wood, and then while it's
That was a little more violent than I thought you were going to be to that.
oh well the thing's like in contact with the Aegis, you can't let this thing like get around. So while it's incapacitated, Niravuni like reaches in, pulls it out and like yanks out the blue crystal, and plunks it in like a glass jar full of this vinegary smelling fluid, which immediately begins to like sizzle. And then he like screws a lid onto it and sets it aside, and reaches down and opens up a drawer, and pulls out this like slightly like yellow greenish crystal, almost the exact like shape and size of the previous the previous blue one, and slots it into the warbler's like chest. Now these crystals don't have nearly as much energy as the ones that the Aegis produces, but we should be able to get a connection here going for probably maybe an hour or so. So you see, Niravuni like pulls goggles, like stretches the elastic band and like lets them slap back onto his face, like almost cartoonishly, and goes to like a little hatch in the back of the room, slides it open, This whole place is like full of a million secret compartments and little doors, and Niravuni's very much a fan of like sliding doors. Like it's like it's a little quirk of his. And then throws the warbler throws a warbler out the slot, and then like sits down with his long like tail curling around his like lower body, and then putting his little paws out into the air begins like gesticulating and making little arcane gestures, as he begins controlling the warbler. Oh damn, this is intense out there. What the hell happened? Are those gallows? What the hell? The Aegis hasn't done public executions in maybe 15 years. Not since Korimata's been in charge. What the hell's going on out there?
They were gonna execute someone?
Well, I mean, that's what a hangman's noose usually means. I wouldn't normally expect that from somebody who was gonna out there being happy, funny, poppy, sunshine time. So... Okay.
That's
So-
concerning.
So... Sorry, trying to listen. The speakers aren't so good on this headband here. But, it sounds like there's somebody saying... Something, kill mom... Something, you bastards... Something... Damn it. Okay, not getting very good read on these. But for the most part, it seems like there's... The Aegis is really cracking down. Apparently they didn't expect there's a riot in response to just, up and killing a bunch of folks out in the open like this, so... Korimata, that's a real stupid move on your part. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, hold on. Hey, kid. I think I found some embers.
Oh?
Yeah. Like orange and black? Oh, shit, that's right. You probably don't know. Niravuni... You're familiar with Niravuni. This is one of the first people that you met on coming here. Like, it was Niravuni's recommendation that got you into the guild. So you have some experience with him, and his, like, oddnesses and eccentricities. The fact that he's, like, rolling back onto himself, his position is, like, you see the tip of his tail, like, agitatedly, like, twitching back and forth. I think I found them. Okay. All right. So, Mithra, you willing to go outside and run me another errand?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. No, I know you came here for a thing, but clearly there's bigger shit happened. Bigger fish to fry. I need you to head up. Oh god, it's almost on the other side of the tower, so it's gonna be a bit of a walk. If you can get over to the southeast corner of 110 here, it looks like there's a chapel with a well in the back of it. Looks like maybe not a part of town I ever go to. Okay, so it looks like a chapel to Timora. I think it's Timora. Lady Luck, or that kind of thing. Might be Tia. I don't know, I don't read common all that well. But yeah, head over to that chapel, and there's a well in the back. I just saw some pink-haired bloke get, like, shoved down. This dude just got, like, fucking hammed by one of these embers. So if you can go and see, like, those folks okay, and let me know. I'll really appreciate it, because I think this is the lead I've been down here for.
Sure. Whatever you want. Need. Desire. Okay.
So you've never heard this term before. Like, clearly it's a word in common. Embers. Like, glowing coals or of a fire, but, like, he's using it as though it's, like, a proper noun. So feel free to, like, ask any questions or do anything that you're gonna do before you head out. if this is something that you're planning on doing.
Yes, sure. I would ask first, what is an ember besides the literal ember of a fire? I'm assuming you're not chasing light balls around.
Haha. Nah, Mithra. These are the sparks that set off a revolution. So, it's poetic and all that, but these types have always got to have some sort of symbolism to them, or they never catch fire, as it were. So, let's just say things are not going quite as swimmingly in Maelhaven as people would like you to think that it is. Public executions notwithstanding. So, if you can go over and find these embers, or at least confirm their presence, that'll give me something to work with here going forward.
Of course, I owe you too much to refuse.
Okay. Now, things you're looking for, if you can find somebody who's like conspicuously wearing black and orange, that's usually a giveaway. Or usually if they're like incognito, they usually have some kind of like piece of jewelry, or I found like bracelets and necklaces, or like bits of leather with like an imprint of this like fire on it. It's pretty recognizable. So, if you don't find anyone who's actually willing to talk, see if you can't get me one of those bits. And he's gonna like sketch it out real quick, and draw this like. It almost looks like the symbol of red cards from Magic the Gathering, only just like vertical rather than swirled. Give me what you can, kid.
Okay. I will try. While I'm gone, can you ruminate on the potential ramifications of maybe tweaking something's personal time or shifting something's personal time by about 20 minutes, and what that might have done to things around it?
Yeah, are you playing with Chronology?
He did a little bit.
That's risky business. Far be it for me to tell you what to do, but let's just say most people who deal with time, they don't really deal too well. They don't last very long. So.
Well, no, they don't last very long at all, and that's the issue. But I have notes. Actually, I'll just leave these with you, and I'll like shove my backpack at him. And it's probably the same size as him. Let's be real.
Yeah, basically.
Take that. It's in the black notebook. That doesn't help. All of them are black. If you want to read all of it, go ahead. I'll be back as soon as I'm able to. But yeah, some weird shit was happening earlier, and I'm not really sure what was going on.
Okay.
And it's a little bit worrying. But nothing crazy. Definitely less crazy than a public execution. I'm leaving now.
So as you head out, Niravuni slaps the goggles back into place and just goes back to muttering to himself as he's controlling the warbler out in the city itself. And the last thing that you hear, oh, make sure to lock the door.
There's 6 locks. Do you want all of them?
Just get what you can.
I will try.
So as you lock the door and head out, I kind of want to wait for Road, but that's fine.
Max is in the voice chat, but he's not saying anything.
He has been. He's been loaded in.
Okay. But I mean,
is he
here or is he just listening?
And so that way the computer can get all of our voices.
Ah, right.
Okay. So, we are actually going to hold back on Taz and Road for a bit longer because I am optimistic that Macus will make it here. So, let's cut back to Othala. So, Othala, after you leave Kayla's workshop, where do you go? You have invitations to deliver. You have
Yes.
reservations to set,
There are
and you're
a
pretty sure
lot
that
of-
you have a lead.
right. A lot to do. I suppose I would swing by the equivalent of a post office to drop off the already addressed invitations. And I do want to talk to somebody about a dress. Actually, it's been a few weeks. How far out, DM, would you say this party is? Like, is it a week away? Is it a month away still?
So that's up to you. So at this point, you actually, you know what? For ease of continuity, the beginning of Kayla and Othala's story, your vignettes, take place about a week, about 10 days before the events of everybody else's vignettes so far.
Oh, okay.
Actually, and Ashley's as well. So there's a little bit of a time gap here. So Ashley's, Kayla's, and Othala's is happening about 10 days before the events of Taz, Road, and Mithra.
Okay. So for us, the crazy hanging thing has not occurred yet.
Correct.
Interesting. All right. Cool beans. Either way.
So you got about 10 days until this party.
10 day. Oh, the party's gonna happen. Okay. All right. Cool. Then
Although I
actually
am the
I'd
person
rather
in
pick
control of this
my
body,
dress
I hash a new
because,
follower and fan.
the alterations, sort of like last minute alterations. It's like the final fitting. And then I need to send out the invites because I've only got 10 days now for everyone to RSVP. Holy crap.
You're a Vandergrim. Like, anyone who can be there will be there. That's not, like, literal, but, like, you have that confidence.
Right. It's more of a last minute sort of, like, you're only cool if you, like, make the time for it. So that's the purpose of sending them out so late. And then I do at some point, I suppose, need to talk to my press connections. They'll want to know more deets about this party as well. So whichever order you'd like to do that in.
Okay.
And then I've already rescheduled with the Albright. So in the morning after the Lucky Penny, I'll be visiting sort of all of the businesses that I'm connected to, all of the managers, to figure out who to send invites to that actually work for me.
Okay. So, you can't attend a party without an excellent gown, so you're going to start off there. So the first thing that you and Jeeves head off to do is meet with the Vandergrim's personal tailor, because clearly you cannot have anybody else showing up in the same outfit, or anything that looks remotely styled the same. So the best way to accomplish that is to keep one on retainer. So you spend the better part of the afternoon going off and getting like your giving your input to the tailor. You know, he already has your measurements, so
And I've shown him an image, like a minor image of the centerpiece before it has been refined. I don't know what the final product will look like, but this must absolutely be the thing that shines about my outfit. I can give you the contact of the jeweler if you'd like to speak with her. She's insisted on it being obviously a surprise. I know that may make things a little bit difficult for you, but I'll like pat the person on the shoulder. I don't doubt that you'll. I have my full confidence in you.
Yes, of course, Madam Vandergrim. I'll have the most beautiful gown made for you before the end of the week. So giving your instructions here. Whereas the Vandergrims in general dress in white, the accents tend to be up to each of the individuals. So you kind of show off like, okay, I want this like accent of gold, this one here of red, and designing your like perfect party dress.
Yes.
And then just letting the tailor like run with it with his style.
I'm thinking something to match the peridot, a yellow green stone, and then the other part of the piece is going to be in I'm silver and gold clash so poorly, but I'm sure you can figure something out. That's what you're for, right?
Yes, 151 years of experience as a tailor should offer me at least a little bit of expertise.
What race is he?
Dwarf.
He's a dwarf.
Yeah, he's got his thinning like whitish gray hair, pulled up into a little like man bun on the top of his head, and his beard is braided down from like underneath his ears and like where the chops would be, it like almost like a French braid down his face, coming down to a like triangular point, like resting right at his sternum. He wears perfect black. Like the only accents are the changes in fabric.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. What do I call him? Go ahead, just give me a name.
Yeah, great. Let's see. He is Clark Flintspark.
Spurk or Spark?
Flintspark.
Flintspark. Okay, Clark Flintspark. Oh, that's hard to say.
Yeah, that's super good. Yeah, Clark Flintspark. Of the ancient clan of Flintsparks. He is the scion of a family that has been around nearly as long as the Vandergrims. He is probably like the 6th or 7th son, though. He didn't inherit.
Right. Okay. And are we back on the 222nd? Or are we somewhere close by? Where did I go to get to him? Just
he's on retainer, so he's on the Vandergrim estates. Yeah.
Hey, does he live on the estate, or does he does he commute here? Do I know?
He comes as called. You're not sure where he lives.
Okay. All right. Well,
like his family is old money, but you think you recall something about the Flintsparks like falling from grace recently, but you can't quite bring the information to mind.
Interesting. All right. Thank you so much, Clark, for your help today. And then you said you could have this done by
before the end of the week.
All right, great, fantastic. I suppose that's all I need from you then. Thank you so much for helping me out with this. Once again, fantastic work always.
So, as you go through the rest of the afternoon, you travel back down to 195 to meet up with Kayla and Nara.
I am absolutely wearing a fucking stunner of a cocktail dress in red sequin and gold accents. When Kayla said that the bard will outshine me, I took that as a challenge.
And I took that personally.
So she's in her brightest dress. Even Jeeves is wearing some sort of like clothing which he doesn't normally wear. It's like a red vest that matches hers. Yeah, and then she brought along like, well, it's fine. We'll get that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But she has arrived in stylish fashion and is hoping to turn as many eyes away from the bard as possible because, excuse me, nobody doesn't pay attention to me when I'm in a room.
So, as you make your way back down to 195, we're going to flip perspective briefly to Kayla. So you've spent most of the afternoon working, and you have, at this point, about 2 hours before you are expected to be down at the Lucky Penny to meet with Othala. So what do you do with your afternoon? If you're speaking, Lilith, you're muted.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. First, I would like to go visit a individual nearby on the floor. The mage of the local area.
Okay.
Name is Leora Starfall.
Okay. And how do you know Leora?
She's actually helped me with a few pieces of work I've done, adding enchantments to them. We've
Excellent.
collabed on a number of pieces throughout the years.
Okay. So, yeah, heading over to the Enchanter. It's not that far. You're in kind of a craftsman's area. Heading on over there only takes you about 10 minutes or so. Whereas your shop is like kind of Art Deco, very boutique-y. Liara's is almost Spartan in comparison. So, walking in the front door, it seems as though there's like next to nothing on display. The walls and all the furniture, the aesthetic of this place is very much like Apple Store, where everything is like pure flat white, except for an embossed brass circle in the center of the floor and in the ceiling, directly one on top of the other.
All right. Leora, are you here?
She almost disconcertingly, Leora like steps out from behind almost out of thin air. Like there would be where you would like expect like a column or like a door frame or something. She kind of like takes a few steps and then like walks out into the middle of the room, having no visible means of entrance or exit. So she's a woman with flowing auburn hair, like that is dressed up in these like light gold and brass alternating chains, that like as kind of like a hairnet, all the way down, leading to a small little like tied section right down at the small of her back. Her cream-colored robes are embossed and embroidered in these like moving mystical symbols. You can see elements of draconic and elvish drifting across the surface of her robe. And yeah, she welcomes you. Oh, Kayla, welcome.
Yeah, it's been far too long. How's business been?
Oh, it's been moderate. It's Can I be frank with you, Kayla?
Always, you know that.
And she's gonna look around at the like stark white walls of the room, and kind of a little bit of the pretense drops for a second. Sometimes I regret moving up from the scholarly floors. Nobody here actually seems to come up for anything more impactful than a glamour. It's been exhausting, doing the same enchantment again and again and again for the last year and a half.
I'm
At
so
least
sorry
when I
to
was down
hear.
on 168, they were doing interesting things, asking interesting questions.
Well, don't have a. I have a client right now. She's more of a friend that I'm working on a piece for that I'd like your help with. It's not a glamour, so that's something. But I wouldn't really. I'm not really asking for anything intricate. I'm sorry if that offends you.
Fine. What are you looking for?
Well, my friend is kind of in a let's say, possibly dangerous situation, and I want to try and protect her from possible eyes watching her.
Oh, intriguing. So, how much can you tell me? You know I love a bit of gossip.
Of course. Um, the only things I can tell you is she does come from a pretty powerful family, and she's not too happy with the way things are going right now.
Okay.
Her parent is easily one of the most powerful people in Maelhaven, and
You
could possibly be putting her and others around her in danger if she's not careful.
Oh. So, it's engaging in risky business. You do realize that all of this is quite identifying, don't you? There's only 4 or 5 individuals that could match your description.
Well, I hope you. Well, I trust you to keep the low profile. I mean, I'm just
Side note, you absolutely do not trust her to keep a low profile. You know that Leora is a notorious gossip. Like the important thing, she's not gonna go out and like name names, but she will absolutely repeat your story.
Now, I have to ask you to, at least for a bit, keep it on the DL. And it can be made worth your while. The piece I worked on for her is going to be quite a pricey one.
Oh.
And like I said, you're not making a glamour, so hopefully that helps a little.
Assume you're asking for proof against detection or against a particular element.
I was thinking like something against protecting her against scrying or something.
Of detection. Okay. Still a simple enchantment, but I do respect your gumption. Tell you what, if you have a piece, that will mitigate a bit of the costs. However, tell you what, I know you've run up on hard times recently, Kayla, and I know you would never actually discuss this or ask for a handout, so tell you what, let's exchange work for work.
Okay. Oh, I pull out my notebook. What did you have in mind?
You see, one of Donegal's scribes, one of her clerks, came out with this irritatingly beautiful bangle that she was parading around as though she had won it from some sort of suitor. But the thing itself is, I want to say it's tacky because I hate her so much, but it was actually kind of impressive. But I'm hoping that if I could get some sort of like cuffs or some earrings, something that will really kind of stick it to her. And she's gonna like pull out a sheaf of paper, or like she's gonna grab your notebook and do a quick sketch of like this bangle, this like solid chunk of metal bracelet, and doodle it out and like do the kind of like intricate filigree. She is an impressive artist in both speed and accuracy, and doodles it all out. If you can make something better than this, I'd be happy to trade. It doesn't have to be too pricey, but if I can just, I would like to rub it in her face a bit.
Of course. How would you feel about like a set? I have something
Oh.
in mind that could work beautifully for you. Take some time to draw up a sketch and some rough stuff, but I think I have an idea that would work.
Okay, excellent. If you have the piece that you wish for me to enchant, go ahead and leave it. And I look forward to being surprised.
Alright, I will pull out the pendant and lay it down on the table, or lay it in,
Okay.
hand it off, give it to her, hand it to her hand, personally, or
Excellent.
whatnot.
She puts it in a tiny little pocket dimension, and walks you gently but firmly to the door. Thank you. I really look forward to seeing what you're going to make.
I greatly appreciate everything. You've been such a big help.
Excellent. I know I have. Ta-ta. So, as Kayla steps out of the shop and heads back to continue on their day, or like back over to the Lucky Penny, we are kind of at the halfway point. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break for, whatever we got.
He is risen, baby girl. I am back. I hope this stream works now. Hold on. We had a bit of an issue for a second there.
It wasn't my fault.
Yes, it was.
Okay, it might have been my fault.
Kevin, it's your fault. I don't know why, but it is.
Kevin.
The wife took over the stream. I'm not the wife.
I mean,
I'm the
depends on who you
roommate.
ask.
Hey, Max.
Yes.
Mithra?
Mithra.
How do you know when? Yeah, how do you know when someone uses him and he thinks? Like, how do you know who said it?
And if you go to the Twitch chat, it'll say that someone redeemed a Mithra message. The last one was Dark Wolf Gaming PS.
Yes, that's what I thought that was. Okay.
So you watch.
I wish that I could hear him say the thing like, in the little like. There's not really a way for me to hear him, huh?
Yeah, unless you're listening through the stream.
Right, but that would be really impossible for me to do with my massive ADHD.
Massive ADHD, humble brag.
Well, technically undiagnosed, but who knows? You never know what's gonna happen. I have an appointment actually next month, so finally did that thing.
Also, I increased the audio of the Discord channel for the rest of the people.
Hydrated.
Well, I would be hydrated, but someone forgot to refill the water jug from last night from our get-together. There was like it was you, wasn't it? You're fucking looking at me. You son of a... You screwed me here. I'm gonna dry out. Now I have to drink this Seagram's Escapes Jamaican Me Happy flavor.
I
am very hydrated right now.
I did have one of those earlier.
I am very not hydrated, but never am.
Do you want to kill Lifter?
I'm
No.
reverse hydrating right
I
now.
want something fruity.
What does that mean?
I'm fruity.
Drinking a beer.
Oh. That's not where my brain went when you said reverse hydrating.
Hello, rest of stream. How are you doing? There's a garbage can right there.
Because I couldn't think of anything else that it would mean.
Just saying.
Okay. My thing, when you say hydrated, I think taking in liquid. Reverse hydrating is
Ah,
releasing liquid. In whatever form.
Or
like
chair is
that
just
thing.
a sponge.
Oh, shit.
I'm taking a pee right now. I'm just kidding. Anyway, can you see Mithra's messages on YouTube as well, or is it just Twitch?
Just Twitch.
Okay.
Alright. So do not touch the Discord volume button, because I already have it set to plus 12 decibels? dBs, whatever dB stands. And,
Yeah, just dabs.
Balls.
Obviously.
1.7?
it's dabs.
it was at 1.7. Now I have it at 12.
It's a bigger number.
12 dabs. Holy moly, that's a very disparate amount.
Let me see.
Chat, this is your warning.
As though it hasn't already been happening.
As someone who has been listening for the past 2 hours, it needed to be increased a lot. So let me see what we got here.
Oh, so you have been listening. I was gonna try to have chat
Everyone
like
better be
recap to you.
hydrating.
Yeah, no, he's
Uh,
been here. Or like listening.
Alright, so we
I
don't...
do appreciate though, Garo, that you made my character's mentor a fat cat.
Of course.
And it's gotta be,
Oh god.
like, looks
Un-
just like. Go ahead.
No,
know
no,
what
you
it
go,
is.
you go.
I'm super loud though.
I'm thinking a creamy, sandy cat with bright blue eyes and like dark brown tipped ears, very fluffy.
But see, this cat is way too smart.
That's fair.
My cat is not. My cat's an idiot.
Well, maybe this cat's really good at seeming smart.
Your cat's adorable, Sai.
My cat is adorable, but she's God's perfect idiot.
Okay.
I'm losing this Tetris. proud that I'm sad.
So, as the point of view pans away from Kayla, we are actually we're going to come back to Ashley for a second. So Ashley, you are directed by Brightscales, by Corin Brightscale, to head back into the kitchen, and as soon as he's done like serving these plates of food, he's going to come back and have a conversation. So, you head back, and the kitchen itself is this oddly, it's organized chaos here. There is a human woman, an elven man, and then a giant, like, spidery-looking construct running basically the entire kitchen back here. So the woman is like short. She's probably like 5 foot nothing, 5'10" or 5'1". Yeah, big range there. And she's got like a chef's knife and is just absolutely mowing through vegetables. The elf is like got one of those giant like kebab skewers going on, and he's like gently basting the entire thing, prepping dishes. And then the construct in the middle is taking all the disparate pieces from everything across the room, things that have been prepped by one of the 3 other cooks' hands, and assembling them onto plates in these like machine perfect arrangements with like little swirls and divots, and like it's very I want to say haute couture, but that's fashion, like fine dining type thing. So
hot cuisine.
Yeah, hot cuisine. So it's very much that, like, at least for the lunch crowd, it's like that elevated things. Like you're getting these little like chocolate domes that melt from the steam from the food, and as it like drips down onto the stuff, like you get these like poofs. It's very fancy for like a music venue, and like immediately you kind of feel out of place. How do you react to being put into this environment here?
Hungry. Definitely hungry.
Yeah. So you're holding your box of illicit goods, and you've got maybe like 3 to 5 minutes before Corin comes back in. Is there anything that you're gonna do, or anybody you're gonna talk to before he like returns?
Is there any way I can swipe something scrumptious without any of the people in the kitchen noticing?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Max, let me make a play. Rolling the dice.
My dice.
I know. Natural 20.
You son of a bitch!
Yes.
That's my 20.
Oh, Ashley, you kind of like you know, with crate under one arm, one hand free. You kind of like slide a hand out, and rolling the edge of the plate across your fingers, kind of like get it to spin into your hand. And after taking a like quick sniff and bite, slide it like underneath your like your jacket into a specially prepared pouch. Like you've just got like almost like a soup of various foods and stuff in here that is, you know, most people kind of like gag a little bit at it, but like all the mixing of flavors is just this perfect bouquet to somebody of your tastes.
I'm gonna tuck it next to the pocket bacon.
Yeah, not gonna lie, like the food that you got is fucking scrumptious. It is a fine balance of salty, savory, and just a hint of acid in there to balance it out with this like deep umami, savory gravy like over the top of it. And yeah, once it goes in like next to the pocket bacon, which kind of like seeps its extra like salt into it, you're fairly certain that's going to come out to be just fucking scrumptious.
French.
So, but yeah, nobody seems to notice. You are in and out of that kitchen, like with nobody the wiser. Eventually, the female chef, she looks up and like with her chef's knife, like points the tip of it at you. What are you doing back here?
Oh, I'm waiting for Mr. Brightscales. We have a business to discuss. Comes back from whatever it is he's doing. Am I in the way? Do I need to move? I can move left, right.
Well, back up into that corner over there. You got until he comes back in here to confirm or deny your allegations before we're going to have a problem. So
yeah, no problem.
So yeah, she kind of like gestures you back, and like once your like back is up against the wall in the corner, she like does like waves the tip of the knife at you again, like back further until you were like pressing your shoulder up against the back, like against the wall. So eventually, Corin does come back in and like slapping the doors open. The door does like impact you like on the forearm a bit, but like you block and deflect it enough. And Corin like looks around in this hulking like dragonborn side to side before catching you in the corner. What are you doing back there?
Oh, this really told me to wait for you. Anyways, I'm a busy person, and I've got some apples. Some very good, and I'll open up the crate and move aside some of the apples and see all the bottles sticking out. Very nice apples.
There's a quick moment, so like as the one visible eye like looks down into the crate, the tongue like slides across the teeth real fast and goes, "All right, back office." So
back office.
So in between like the enchanted ice chest and the like the stove, there's this narrow door, like maybe about 18 inches. It's really claustrophobic, like pushing your way through it. And you have no idea how Corin like squeezes in and out of that space. But he surely does. And as you follow him back into the office here, there is enough space for a desk and 2 like bar stools. And that is it. The majority of the back of the house here has been dedicated to the kitchen itself. So Corin sits down on the further of the 2 stools and like invites you to sit with your back to the door. All right. So you have mentioned out on the floor there's a discount.
Oh well, yeah, it's tax-free.
Tax-free. So you.
Oh yeah, this is Mr. Seagram's finest blend from floor 58. He's calling this one the skirt lifter.
You thieving bitch.
Well, before I'm gonna serve anything in my bar, I've got to have a taste. So, and he's gonna reach over and like pull out one of the bottles. And I'm just gonna assume it's cider at this point, given the apple connotation here, like an apple whiskey or cider kind of thing. And with the claw on his thumb, he like uncorks it and takes a sniff and then a swig. Fuck, I was hoping that I was gonna hate that. All right, how much are you wanting for the crate?
DM, what would be a good fair market value for this crate of illegal hooch?
Minus tax and tariff. Let's see. A crate that you could hold under your arm would hold something like 20 bottles at best, and it would be fairly heavy.
It's been a long journey.
Yeah. So for 20 bottles of this hooch, you'll go. Okay. Well, tell you what, I will give you for 20. I'll either give you 10 gold, or I'll give you 15 electrum.
Oh, and DM, electrum is for some reason it's a controlled currency, right?
Electrum is the uncontrolled currency. Like the fact that he even brought it up.
So I want it in electrum.
Yeah, so Electrum, so the city of Maelhaven mints gold, copper, silver, and gold. They do not mint Electrum. Electrum comes from outside, and the banks and the exchequers are the ones who get their first hands on it. So
So it's
and the
more
exchange
value.
rate for it is atrocious. You also
So,
know, given
Do I want
your
it in Electrum or do I want it?
you would make less money by getting it in Electrum, but the money is more free. You can spend it on other things. The black market operates in Electrum only.
Okay, so I want it in Electrum. So
Yeah, your tax-free comment kind of clued him in.
yeah. And I'm obviously I obviously owe somebody this hooch that I got from Mr. Secret 458, so I'm not getting most of this. I'm just getting a percentage. So I'm gonna tell Brightscale. Right. I'm gonna take your 12 Electrum, and I'm not gonna try to haggle you up. I'll tell you why. Really liking that jewelry bit on your eye patch. It's sparking some interest in me. Nurturing an ember in my soul, if you will. I'm wondering if you might know anyone up here who'd like to, is interested in making a statement against our watching overlord.
Trying to catch fire, boy, or girl? I'm not sure.
It's whatever. You know.
I make a persuasion check. His eye does narrow as you point out the bit of jewelry.
Nat 20 on my fucking dice. Good. Fuck you.
That one. Here he come. Go.
So
that was a really awkward way to phrase that.
Yeah. So he goes, "Don't you know that this is for my own heritage?" As he kind of gestures dramatically to his own red scales.
Yeah, that also makes sense. They're very nice scales. Anyways, so those 12 Electrum pieces.
So, having taken a discount from what he originally offered, he's gonna count out and place the Electrum on the table, and then look up and lock eyes on you again. Tell you what, if you are looking for an additional bit of work, I've got a friend coming in this evening. If you want to wait tables for an afternoon until she gets here, there may be some interesting conversations to be had.
Sure, I got nothing else going on this afternoon.
So, and he's gonna take the rag off of his shoulder and slap it on your hand as well. Go wipe tables for now. Satoya is gonna call you when there's plates to dish.
Table. Yep. I totally know how to do. Off I go.
So, at this point for you, it's late afternoon. It's a couple hours. Yeah, you're gonna go through the next couple hours bussing tables, wiping stuff down, and bringing plates out to people who order it. Luckily, the lunch rush is kind of the highlight of the point until later on in the evening when the headliner is going to get here. One Nara Knotwhistle. So, as we step out from Ashley's perspective, we begin to see nothing for a while. Just blackness. The utter absence of light. As two soaked individuals pull themselves hand over hand onto a underground, like a cavern, as it will, like the bottom of a well. There's not a better way to describe it than what it is. The fall is both shorter than you expected and longer than your brain was prepared for, as neither of you were expecting to get shoved down here. Taz and Road. Actually, as a dwarf, Taz, you've got dark vision, so you've got perfect a view of the situation here. So you are in a stone chamber with just about maybe 10 or so feet looking up into the actual floor above. Sitting on the ground next to you, after you kind of helped pull them out of the water a little bit, is a hulk of a man with pale pink hair and scars all down his neck, across the neck and face. This is the same individual that you ran across back in the town square. You can see him. He does not seem to be able to see you.
Okay, so we get tossed down in this area. Can I hear if they ran away up there?
Make a perception check.
God, that fall was just like when you're not expecting another step going down the stairs. That was awful.
8.
Mostly what you hear is the water settling, the current and the ripples diminishing from after the two of you have climbed out of the water. It's just water on stone is the sound you hear right now.
But we're still in the well, right?
Yeah.
What the hell was all that? Do you know those people? What were they on execution for?
I have no idea who those people were. All I know is that they were getting hung for no good reason.
Did you hear the reason? Because I walked in and all I heard was everybody yelling no, and they clearly weren't listening, and it looked hinky, it looked like something was up. And I think everybody deserves a second chance.
Any kind of public execution like that, just I don't agree with in any way. So
I agree.
I don't know why they were.
I mean, a spectacle. That's just.
They said it was something about disrupting the peace. I don't remember.
Talking about disrupting the peace, they started a riot.
I mean, I'd like to think that I helped start. You know what? It's fine. It's whatever.
No, we were the solution. They were the riot. They're the one who were being unjust, and they started it. We were just helping.
Yeah, sure. That sounds right.
Exactly. And she'll smack him on the shoulder, or attempt to. I guess she's gonna smack him on the thigh, probably. She's tiny.
Girl, you know it was the butt.
Right on the butt. It's like chiseled. It's like chiseled marble.
Couldn't tell.
I'd be like, so how long are we supposed to stay down here? Actually, why did we get thrown down here? What are we safe from? They already know who we are. It's not like we're hard to pick out of a crowd. You're kind of tall and pink hair.
My hair is what? No, I'm just kidding. I know it's pink. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I don't really have a plan now. I was gonna go back to work, but they probably don't have our information, right? They don't. I just have to stay off the floor for a little while.
Well, listen, I can always say that not all of us little people look alike. You kind of have a harder sell.
Well, Honestly, I'm stumped.
Well, at least I can get out. You think you could lift me up and get me out of here?
What was that last bit? Sorry,
Do you think
got
you
a little
could
bit of water
lift
in
me
my
up
ears.
and get me out of here?
Looking
a
around,
little-
is there any like way to get out of here? Oh wait, I can't see shit.
So there is a little bit of light, but it's not much. The area directly underneath the well itself is just water. There's nothing really to stand on underneath the hole that you guys fell through. There is like this kind of, like I said, stone chamber, this like elevated space here just above the water line. That's recessed maybe 5 or 6 feet back from the surface of the well water.
Okay. What's through there? What am I looking at? I can't see anything.
Oh, it's the space that you're sitting in.
Oh, the space. That's so. We're just kind of in a hidey hole.
Yeah.
Can I start knocking on the walls, or is there any like weakness in the structure? Maybe there's like always like a secret door, secret entrance.
Investigation check.
Investigation.
Kaz, are you gonna help? Well, you'd be doing it with disadvantage since you can't see.
Yeah, hey, little buddy, see if you can help me. We're looking. Maybe there's a door here. They wouldn't have pushed us down this well for no reason.
My name is Taz. Second of all, clearly people have never pushed you down a well before, huh?
I mean, maybe. Investigation. That'd be a 7.
How tall are you? Like 9 feet? Can't you lift me up out of here?
I think I'm like 6'8". I don't remember. It varies. Depends on what kind of boots I'm wearing.
Okay, you're hella tall. Can you not lift me up out of here?
All right.
So as you can see fairly clearly, that directly underneath the hole is just water. If Road were to lift you up right now, like you'd like butt your head into stone. Yeah, there's not really a reachable way for him to like push you back up the well.
Hey, okay.
Picture it like a gourd or a squash where there's like kind of a thin space up above, like where the well is dropping down, and then there's like a bulb underneath. You are up on like a little portion of the bulb that's like a ways away from the well itself, and you have no idea how deep the water itself actually goes.
How good of a swimmer are you?
Swam out of the water.
Okay.
Kind of checking out the water. How good of a swimmer are you?
Well, I haven't drowned yet.
Well, I mean, you could try swimming out of here. Maybe the water goes somewhere. Maybe the water goes somewhere. I don't know.
Can I like go underwater and open my eyes and see if I see anything?
Yeah, I mean you've got dark vision, so sticking your head underwater, opening your eyes, it does look like mostly just kind of the same extension of the area that you're in. As far as you can tell, there's no exits down there. Although as you stick your face into the water, there is a little bit of current, like pushing up towards your face. Like almost as if the water is coming out of the walls into this space.
Wait, I don't think there's any secret door down there. That's just water.
Well, now I'm kind of stumped. How about, let's see.
Can I start trying to scale the wall? I'm just...
Yeah, what if can I like huck Taz towards the, towards the opening?
Both of you make athletics checks.
I'll be like, before you toss me, you gotta make sure if I come back down, you gotta catch me. Deal.
I mean, there's
Jump
there's
up on
plenty of
hand.
water. I'm sure you'll be fine. Athletics check.
No.
Got it.
You gotta catch me. That's the deal here.
That is 18.
18.
I'm
So-
still
Tuck and
holding out
roll,
my
little
hand.
buddy.
So yeah, as you're holding out your hand for a shake, Road grasps you around the wrist with one hand, and then like by the scruff of your neck with the other, and yeets you towards the surface of the well. You can make an athletics check to try to like catch yourself up there.
Check and see if there's any guards running around up there.
16.
A 16. Yeah. So you like hit the inside of the area there and manage to like kind of catch fingertips like up in between some of the stonework. And like find yourself dangling by your fingertips and begin like climbing your way back up out the well.
I'll scream down. You're lucky I'm a natural. Next time we shake for real.
All right, you can throw me next time.
That's not what I said. And then she's like, actually, yes. Next time I throw you. Deal. So I'm gonna try to climb back out. Can I get out the...
Yeah. It takes a minute for you to like kind of like eventually you're like sticking out one hand on either side in your legs and kind of like shimmying up the well. But you stick your head back out. And for you, this is the beginning of the chaos. You can like see people like running and screaming from place to place. Around you, now that you have like a second to look around, you find yourself like in this courtyard area in between a couple of buildings and the wall of the tower itself. And the building to the just north of you is like this big chapel with some sort of symbol that you don't recognize. To your direct like left, the west, there's like a little small studio looking thing. Could be like a tenement or like an apartment. And then off to your right, there's like a rusted iron grate, like a door into the wall of the tower itself. Not the well.
I'm gonna look around for some rope. And be like, wait a second, do I actually have rope on me? And I'm gonna check my pockets.
Check your pockets. Otherwise, there is the bucket hanging from the top of the well.
I have some rope.
Cool.
I'm gonna put the rope in the bucket, and then I'm gonna put the shimmy down the bucket to Road. Hey, what's your name? As I'm like doing a pulley thing down there.
Road. It's Road.
All right, I'm sending you down some rope.
Okay. Take the rope.
So a bucket comes down with rope in it.
I guess I'll tie off the rope to the I'll do kind of an S knot, I think, on the end of the rope that the bucket is attached to.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tie the other end around my waist. And it's like, and he's gonna say, "Pull me up in 2 minutes." Okay.
I'm gonna start pulling.
No, not in 2 minutes. He's gonna jump down. He's gonna start swimming down into the water.
I'm starting to pull.
Rude.
So we're gonna have a contested grapple check, I think. Although, just so you know, so we're all on the same page for this. There is a mechanism at the top of the well to lower a bucket down on a rope.
Yes.
You put your rope in the bucket to lower down into the well.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a bucket dangling from a rope with a rope in it. Road ties the rope from the bucket onto the rope holding the bucket and then dives down into the water.
Yes.
So we've now got a total of about 60 to 65 feet of rope
Perfect.
tied to your waist. So like Taz has got to start hauling up this, much more work than she would have had to do if you just held onto the bucket, which is fine. This is a tactic. So
It's called personality traits.
Do you see any positive modifiers to our intelligence, DM? You're the almighty god viewing our stats. You can see that this all of the brain cells are currently at school.
So,
On my way. Calm down.
So Road goes diving down towards the bottom. Road.
Yeah.
This is actually, so this is going to be kind of a. No, it's fine. We won't do that part yet. Make a perception check with disadvantage as you like feel your way around the bottom of the pool.
And remind you, I am starting to pull.
Or rather,
Holy
investigate.
shit! I rolled a 19 and a nat 20.
Rad.
So 19.
Okay.
So, as you dive down into this area, you do discover like what Taz had kind of got the idea of. The water in this well is seeping out of the walls itself. This is an element of magic of the tower, in that like the tower itself is providing the water. You also find as you go down there a armband, or rather like picture like the headbands from Naruto where there's like a metal plate attached to some fabric.
Yeah.
So you find that band and pull it out, and you see embossed into the metal is this like stylized flame symbol. Make a history check.
Nifty. History. Ooh, I'm not good at that either. Woo! 6.
6. It twigs your mind, but like it's not landing. Like you're underwater right now, and the rope is just now beginning to tug at your waist. So you like grab onto this armband, and the last thing that you notice as Taz begins hauling you bodily out of the water, this tiny like dwarf chick has got muscle enough to like bodily lift you, which is a surprise. Because now you are dangling like head down, ass up, from the rope, from the bucket, from Taz's hands, holding that holding the headband. And the last thing that you notice, that you wouldn't have seen from the surface, is that there's like an overhang in the water, that leads into a like a side tunnel here. As you are like drawn up out of the well.
Hey, I think I found something to get us away from here.
Wiggling so much.
What?
Quit wiggling so much.
No, there's a tunnel here. Oh, I get this. He's gonna start like untying the rope from around his waist.
Is he successful, DM?
I mean, unless you tied it. Oh no, because Road tied it around himself. Like there's no contested check here.
And I'm hauling, not expecting him to do this, and I guess I'm gonna go flying backwards as the weight releases from the other side.
I feel
of
like
this
it's more like
plate.
it's suddenly a lot easier and you gut check yourself with the crank.
So yeah, there's just another splash as Road hits the water down below, and you look down and you can see like his like black boots like disappearing into the deep water of the well.
I'm gonna like tip my head over and be like, "That was not my fault. That was not my fault."
Do I body belly flops? Jesus. Did not mean to make that much of a noise. Shit, how did that open?
He hit the computer so hard. Epic Games Store open.
Sorry. Yeah, so now I'm gonna try and get to that side tunnel that you pointed out, DM.
Okay. So it's a little bit of a swim, but like you've got enough like natural athletic ability that it now that you know that it's there, it's not really difficult to reach. So you head down and find yourself in a tunnel that like has these handholds like carved into it. This is a space where the texture of the stone kind of changes. So whereas above, like in the rest of the well, it had been kind of porous, almost like pumice. Down here, it's like shifted back into the like marble stonework that you are used to throughout the rest of the tower, albeit as though it were carved by like man-made tools. So dragging yourself in along the handholds, you have to hold your breath for about a minute and a half to get down this tunnel before you like pop up into this like chamber that smells almost fetid. Like standing water. Like this is if this were open to the environment around, it smells like this would be mosquito breeding grounds. But it is currently pitch black.
Are you coming with me, Taz?
Hello? Where did you go? Can I see him? Like he's
I thought I
went
would-
to a different area, right?
Swam through a waterlogged tunnel. There's not really like.
So can I still see him, or is he out of my view?
He's out of your view.
I mean, I would have pointed out the tunnel, right? Like, I wanted her to see the tunnel before I went down it.
Oh, sure. Then yeah, like if Rode had pointed it out, then you would be aware of it. But you definitely like with your dark vision watched him swim in.
And I'll like kind of look around, out like around the well and be like, well, guess I got out one time, I can get out again. Okay, no, I'm gonna like cannonball it back into the well.
Okay. Do you bring the bucket down with you?
Isn't it?
No.
Okay.
Sure, just leave no exit. I'll have to toss you again. It's fine.
Okay. So
I'm
about a
looking
minute or
forward
so
to it.
later. About a minute or so later, Taz's head comes popping up into the area beside you. So the two of you find yourselves in this pitch black area, and it's about. Well, actually, Taz, you would still have like some modicum of vision. There are two pools in this room, like covered up, are almost like covered up partially by. And this is a huge oddity in Maelhaven, by wooden beams. This place was like hastily constructed. This was not made by the constructs of the tower, and which gives it almost this kind of like secretive air, this like vibe of like this shouldn't be here kind of a thing. And the pool that you guys came out of into this room is like clean, potable drinking water. Slightly like frigid, but otherwise like fine. The other hole is fucking disgusting. It is sewer water. There's like greenish yellow use tinted puddle
Blech.
with like bits and bobs like floating in it.
I don't like how close that is to the drinking water.
Yeah, there's about like 6 feet of gap in between the two of them.
Have a good one account. Still,
I'll
6 feet
look-
is like 6 feet too close.
I'll look over there and be like, God, what is that smell? What is in that?
Don't look at me. I just bathed.
So in the gross water there is like bits of unmentionables. Like you're pretty sure you see like a rat carcass. You're pretty sure that you see like little brown logs.
Why is it always corn? Corn's not even in season.
Oh my god.
So,
I
so
think
yeah.
the DM has peaked by explaining fecal matter as little brown logs. I don't know if you can get any better than that.
Yep. So yeah, you're clearly like, this is a sewage tunnel. And like this scaffolding that's built over the two of these, actually with your stone cunning, Taz, like these were never intended to be exposed to the same area. Like as you swam through the tunnel, just your like natural dwarven knowledge of stonework, and especially after having spent a year within Maelhaven, this was done hastily, skilllessly, and with somebody who has no respect for architecture. Not that you really do yourself, but like there's a cultural aspect of this that is really kind of like rubbing you the wrong way. Especially like now realizing that the sewage and the drinking water lines have become inadvertently close to one another. So, as you, or so this exploration of the room lasts for a little less than a minute before Taz, you notice, set into one of the walls, is a door, that has around each of its edges, like packed around it, like bits of fabric.
What the hell? Whose well is this? What are they doing to this place? I mean, I appreciate the tenacity of them trying to, like, be independent and do it on their own, but you gotta know where your strengths and definitely where your weaknesses lie, because they really could have taken some lessons. I'm gonna, like, start picking at the, like, cloth. Like, go over there and pick out the cloth, like, pulling it out of, like, the structure.
Yeah, it's like stapled, or like it's like stapled to the door.
Are we gonna hotbox here?
If you were to hazard a guess, this is like the weather stripping to like keep the smell of this room at bay.
Am I driving home or am I?
So the door itself is locked.
I'm gonna bust open the door.
Okay.
I mean, we could just okay.
Make an attack roll.
Just like an unarmed attack. What do we?
Whatever you are attacking with.
18.
18 will hit a door. Yeah. So how describe your action here?
I'm just pulling at it. Like if it has a handle, I'll pull the handle. If it doesn't have a handle, I'm just like digging my fingers into the side and just ripping it out.
Okay. So roll damage, or actually, if it's unarmed, it's just flat damage. So, 4 points. Oh wait, are you raging?
No, it just is 5 points.
Oh, you actually right. Okay. I didn't have your character sheet up. So, yeah, as you start like pulling at the door, making a bit of a racket, eventually, like on the other side of it, there's like a chunk noise of like sliding locks like being moved, and you fall backwards as the door opens in towards you, and standing in the door frame is actually, I think I have an image of him.
Oh, this is the guy you have an image for. Haha, we did follow the route that the DM wanted us to go down.
Yay!
Yeah.
Smelly breadcrumbs.
So there is a more human than orc, half orc, wearing like a green tunic and like white shirt. Actually, I'll just show you the image. Standing there, like with the silhouetted behind him, and the first. Well, actually, I guess not the first thing, because your noses are clogged with the scent or with the stench of sewage.
Dookie.
The first thing that you notice behind is like a cozy-looking common room.
That is a very attractive man. Holy shit! Sorry.
I'm gonna pull. I'll be like,
Look at that jawline, man.
"Hello, do you live here?"
Hello.
So as the door like continues to open, you spy the like war axe in one hand, as he like fully reveals himself to you.
He what?
As he fully reveals himself to, like, behind the door, you know, his full self rather than...
he fully reveals himself.
Hell yeah.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, imagine it however you wish.
Oh, I
The
am.
door opens fully. War axe in one hand, like dish rag in the other. He calls out, "Hey, Thornwillow, I think we have intruders."
Oh, am I
and
gonna have
we
to
are
kill
going
this
to-
guy?
No, not intruders. Hi, I'm Taz. What's your name? And she'll hold out her hand.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Ooh.
You blew it!
That would be a 3.
I've had like 6 sips of this drink. How much alcohol is in it? Not any. I'm just being a goofy.
So as Taz like holds her hand out to introduce herself, for the second time in as many hours, this individual seems to be completely immune to your charms. And several other individuals, like there's an elf with like his like blonde hair like pulled back in like a high ponytail.
Is he sitting on a shelf
like-
looking down at us, judging us?
No, dressed in black and orange robes, and like leaking from his hand is like this like black misty, shadowy, smoky kind of substance. As he like begins to ready a spell, over his other shoulder is a dwarf, or I guess underneath the other shoulder is a dwarf with like a hammer in one hand and like pulling the shield off of his back with the other. So these 3 individuals are currently barring your way into this like cozy looking tap room.
Oh, come on. We just beat the shit
In
out
this moment, we're...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, and drop your one-liner here before we shift position.
First we stop a lynching and now we gotta fight these guys? This is bullshit.
So, perspective now will switch back to Mithra. So Mithra, you flew, or well, I guess, how are you getting across town? It's like just under a mile to get to the corner that Niravuni pointed out.
How is it still chaotic? Are the peacekeepers still going crazy?
So the riot is beginning to be broken up at this point. The peacekeepers are like settling in. You're not seeing as many of them like leap from rooftop to rooftop. The knights are currently like carting away droves of people who are all like shackled up in manacles. But from the knights that you can see, like it looks like the people kind of gave as good as they got. So many of the knights look like battered and scuffled, and like the peacekeepers that you have seen so far have had like dents and scratches. Yeah, even though they were vastly outnumbered, the Knights of the Aegis did eventually prevail. But it cost them something to do so.
Okay. If their activity seems to be winding down, I would roof hop.
Okay. So if you're gonna like fly and avoid the crowds and such, and head from rooftop to rooftop, it's not gonna take you very long to get to your destination. So about 10 minutes, give or take. You make your way to the southeast corner of the tower, and find a well behind a church of Tyr. So like now that you're up close to it, you can see like the gauntleted fist as the like main decor on the door of the exterior. And you definitely have a bit more of a religious upbringing than Niravuni does, so like it's easy for you to recognize. And back behind there is a well in the courtyard with a grated metal fence like embedded into the wall of the tower, and the just barely like beginning to dry, soaked area of dirt and stone. A space outside the well. Like, it looks as though like heavy footsteps had been like kind of trampling of a soaked individual here.
I will look around before approaching. Do I see anyone nearby?
Make an investigation check.
Yeah. The dice have been very mixed today. 9.
9. Okay. So looking for just kind of general evidence. The thing that is immediately apparent is like somebody, or like at least several people have like walked through this area recently. And the thing that does kind of distract you is like there's a bit of like an air current coming out of that rusted like grate, or the like the double doors, the set into the wall, that is just like the smallest like waft of sewage. Yeah, that's what you get on a 9.
Okay.
Trampled courtyard,
I'm gonna,
stinky air.
if I don't immediately see anyone, I'm gonna go over to the well and peer in. Do I?
Okay.
Like, oh?
You're a tiefling. You do have dark vision. So looking down, Road, did you keep that headband?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's probably like tucked in my belt pouch right now.
Okay. So then the thing that's most immediately apparent is that the stone down in like there's like a chamber down below, and there's like a stone there where a bunch of water has like dripped onto heavily onto the stone.
So I don't see anyone.
There's also a bucket, or the bucket that is hanging from the mechanism above has like a rope like coiled up in it.
I don't think the rope would be coiled up, would it? It would probably be like hanging from the bucket, unless
It'd be hanging, yeah.
Yeah, hanging from the bucket down there. That does make more sense.
So does that ping me immediately that that's not normal?
Oh yeah, dude. Like you've lived in an agrarian town before. Like you lived off well water for most of your life. Like, yeah,
Okay.
that's unusual.
we're nothing if
Maybe not unheard
subtle.
of, but like.
Sorry.
Okay. Alright, if I don't see anyone in the well, like I don't see any bodies floating, like no one has
Correct.
drowned. Can I investigate where I felt that air current from? You said the gate or grate?
It's a gate. It's like a full-on like double door metal contraption set into the wall. It's like an iron grate, but it's more like a lattice work.
Is it locked?
If you try it, it's stuck, but it doesn't seem to be locked.
I will look over both my shoulders. Do I see anyone who could possibly be watching me?
Make a perception check.
Jeez. It's been a very midday today. 10.
10. Okay. Not as far as you can tell. And actually, let's go ahead and...
Can I rap on the gate? Be like, hello?
No response.
Can I try to open the gate?
You can try.
Do I need to yank it?
Yeah, make a strength check.
Dice, please.
Hey, Garo, I deserve special treatment. Can you put a token on there so I can see it?
where Mithra is.
Aha.
Oh, you should have just a room.
Oh, maybe I need to zoom out.
Aha.
I don't
18
see.
plus 1.
I don't see
19.
shit.
Oh yeah, because you don't have dark vision.
Oh.
You fool.
Let's see if your character can see out here, because this should be illuminated.
My character has dark vision, but I can't see it either. I don't know if that matters.
Your token's not on the map because you're not here.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we don't
Go to the
exist
top
of-
left corner.
I've been yanking
Max.
it since I saw the
You've been yanking what?
Nothing.
Go to the top left corner, Max.
Top corner. Nope, nothing.
I can see.
Yeah, because you got dark vision.
Yeah,
So if one of you wants to drop a light in that room with Road, then
how would I do that?
oh no, that would be Road or Taz doing that. When it
Oh,
comes
okay,
to-
okay.
So Mithra,
Yes. A 19 strength check.
19. Damn. Okay, so with muscle you didn't know you had. You like put a foot up on the wall and with like a noisy clattering, you yank open the gate. It doesn't like while it is stuck. It seems more like the doors kind of like have their weight leaning up against each other, than it does like actually an impediment to trying to get through here. So once you like break that seal, let's see, then it does become easier to, or fairly easy to open.
And I would attempt to close it behind me just so it's not like super obvious I walked through.
It sure does. Yep. Token should be toward the center of the map. Double check something, make sure that you. Your token has vision.
Sorry about this, chat. We are currently in the dark right now.
Yeah, you know what? This is what Road sees. So
This is what Road sees, so this is what the chat sees.
okay, so yeah, so the door opens. Let me get to a spot.
Also,
Yeah,
go ahead, sorry.
go ahead.
Nope, never mind. I was
was
just
gonna say-
accepting the DILF comments from earlier.
So yeah, behind the gate or the grate, there is a carved stone tunnel leading back into another set of gates that do open a lot more, or well, not easily, but at least with the same amount of effort as the previous. This is clearly the space where the stink is coming from. There is this almost like vortex of disgusting sewer water in a pit in the center of the room here. This is a place that is that has clearly been designed for waste removal.
I use my half cloak and just cover my nose in just disgust.
Breathe it in.
there
Smell
anything
the
else in
adventure. Sorry.
Do I see any other ways out of this room?
There's a couple ever-burning torches in there, but it's like so that way this can be easily used by the populace. Actually, what is your passive investigation?
Passive investigation is 15.
15. Aside from the like, this is an like oddly well-traveled area. Like, there's for the most part, not everybody like goes and literally takes up their waste to the disposal. Usually it's like professionals come by and collect it fairly frequently. With a passive 15 investigation, like this is there more people come in here than you would normally expect from a facility like this.
Could I start running my hands along the walls and seeing if I notice any weird seams, any potential ways out of this room that aren't immediately obvious?
Other than the gate and the vortex, not much. This is a room built for purpose, for functionality.
Okay. I am going to run back out and exit.
Okay.
And then is this the well that I'm seeing right here?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look in the well again, and then look around, and then look in the well again, and then just kind of sigh heavily.
Heavy sigh.
Heavy sigh, and I'm gonna toss the bucket down.
Okay.
The well, and then kind of. I highly doubt the well is big enough for me to like properly fly, but can I kind of like use the rope, the bucket rope, and kind of like rappel down?
Yep. So within fairly short order, you do see the space where like Taz and Road had surfaced. There's a little bit of time discrepancy here. This has been at least like 10 or 15 minutes ago. It's been a minute, but like clearly, like this is atypical for this little chamber to be wet, because everything else around it is bone dry. So with your deductive abilities, like the people that Nervuni like told you got shoved down here, were here recently, but are no longer.
If there's a brief moment where I hesitate before getting on the water, and then from the outcropping that presumably at least I know someone was on, can I see? Is there anything? Do I see anything in the water?
Make it a perception check.
The dice have kind of been all over the place tonight.
Oh yeah, they're great at doing that.
You motherfucker! 6.
2.
6? Not as far as you can tell.
There'll be a moment where I kind of just look up the shaft of the well, and I'm like talking to myself. You know, maybe they might have drowned. That'd be unfortunate and not helpful for anyone. But that's an answer I can take back. That's acceptable, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm, right. And then I'm like gonna look at the water again and be like, and I'm just gonna like close my eyes and just like ponder my options here. And then, can I jump in the water?
Sure.
This shit water?
No, this isn't the poop chute. I was thinking about the poop chute, but I was like, I have a little bit more dignity than that.
So, hopping into the water, we'll go ahead and just, for the sake of time, eventually you do find your way through, and you do end up in the same room that Taz and Road were in, not too long ago. So Road should be emanating light. I don't know why he can't see. Oh, where? Yeah, Road, you should be able to see. Wah. Tell you what, I'll just go ahead and put a...
I'm getting the no token in the scene. Hi, Lee.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, sorry.
You should own this.
Well, it says no token in the scene that gives visibility.
Oh, you know why? Because
We put the lights on the...
Road is not logged into Foundry. Ashley is. So if we put an Ashley Cottom token in, let's see what happens.
Oh, Kevin logged in as me. I see what happened here. I see what's happening here. Get the fuck out of here. Hang on.
Okay, this time
Okay.
it was my fault.
I was like, what's
Okay,
going
that
on?
makes perfect sense now. Okay, that makes sense now. All right. Anyway,
I can see it now. We're good.
um,
You can delete Ashley from existence.
Oi!
So, Rodin Taz, we will come back to your scene. Mithra, you will be coming up fairly quickly behind them. We are going to try to have everybody at least grouped up by the end of this.
Do this.
Othala and Kayla, you two meet up back at the outside of the Lucky Penny. Yeah, so the two of you meet back up at the, outside the Lucky Penny. So inside, you can hear bustling of crowds. It is about 7:30-ish. Othala, of course, showed up a little bit fashionably late. So, Kayla, you've been waiting here for about 15 minutes so far. So eventually, Othala and Jeeves do show up.
Sorry, I'm a little late, darling. I some business at the end of the day that was unavoidable. But I'm here now, and I look fabulous, don't I?
You look simply gorgeous, my friend.
Thank you.
Wearing the red sequin dress.
Yes, it's like very glittery, and there is like a slight like illusion to it that also gives it like a glow, like almost like a disco light, like it just kind of this glowing pattern sort of what's the word I'm thinking of, like just kind of like shifts from like bottom to top to bottom. Anyway, your friend, is she inside already?
Yes, she is. I don't quite know when she goes up on stage, but
So,
Well, I'd love it if you'd introduce me.
of course. Just let's go grab a table.
So the two of you plus Jeeves head on inside, and the place is fairly well packed. The dance floor is bumping. There's a band up on stage. Not Lilith. Kayla, you don't see Nara yet, but you do see members of like her band, up there, like kind of playing a little bit of an opening set. This is purely instrumental at the moment. The voice of the evening has not yet arrived. So you walk through, and you can see Karin Brightscale, like chatting amicably with patrons. Actually, both of you would have met him before, and you see him with his like eye patch on, and his like affectation. Like you know that this place does good enough money that Karin can afford to buy a shirt that fits. You know that he also chooses to wear one that's too small. So to show off what remains of his musculature from his adventuring days. So Karin is like chatting amicably with patrons, taking money and leaving food. There is actually, Kayla, you're the first one to notice the new server, totally inappropriately dressed for the occasion, kind of like scurrying or like striding their way between tables, very new at this, with their like overlarge hat, making them a distinctive appearance in the room. But yeah, the place is packed. Like the word has gotten out that Nara is going to be performing tonight. So, you guys find a table? Do you head up to the balcony? Do you purchase passes? Actually, yeah, Kayla, both of you would know this, having frequented the Lucky Penny before, knowing that they're up on the third floor. There is a room with like a semi-opaque glass flooring that looks down onto the stage and onto the dance floor and such. So it's kind of like trippy, like almost vertigo inducing, to stand like 30 feet above the people on the ground floor.
Is it like a private room type of thing?
It's you have to know somebody to get into that room.
Would absolutely 100% book that and make sure that only I and my party and whoever else I know are the ones allowed in for tonight.
Okay. You have the bill sent to your mother's house, and get the room blocked off. And eventually, like, you've lived in this town your entire life. You know people. However, like, Kayla is clearly your guest. So when you see somebody that you know, like, you have the option to, like, extend the invitation and make sure that the room doesn't feel empty. But, like...
Right.
You also have the wherewithal to be like, this is our space. You are just invited to it.
Anyone else I know at this little shindig as she's like people watching and kind of sending Jeeves for drinks?
So you do know Corin. You do know there are a couple of like old classmates, like people who you would have in like your Rolodex type thing, but not people that you speak to on a regular basis. The one exception to that, actually no, Corin would be the exception to that. That's fine.
Okay. I'd like waggle my fingers at Corin as we come in. Yoo-hoo! Oh, it's been a while. Darling, how are you? You look fabulous in that.
I've you gotta work to really show off what you got, especially when you start getting to be my age. It's a matter of balancing. I mean, the last thing that I want to do is look as though I'm trying too hard.
Oh, you're nailing it, darling. You're absolutely eating right now. I'm gonna use that kind of slang right.
So, yeah, Corin absolutely looks like he's trying too hard, but he's like in an earnest kind of way.
I am absolutely not letting him know that I also think.
So as you make your way up there, the opening act, you do see through the glass floor as you're like establishing yourself and getting bottle service sent up. Corin turns to the new server with like the big hat, and gestures to the back room with one claw, and then like up to the glass floor beneath you with the other. Yeah, that's what you guys spot from up top. Ashley, you just received instructions from the owner of the Lucky Penny to run bottle service to the private room with your apples.
Who's in the private room?
You were given actually just the family name, the Vandergrim.
Ah, okay. Right. So, bottles of Seagram's finest floor 58 skirt lifter. Yes. Sorry, Mr. Norman is dancing. Followed by a cute little puppy. Come here. Sorry, no, there's no cute little puppies in the tavern. Right, bottle service. Right, I got a pop the cork and glass and the glass.
Sorry, Kevin, you're really quiet.
You sound like you're just like mumbling. So Othala is like fully not paying any attention to you. Like you're asking her questions and she is not aware that you're directing a question to her, even though I
don't actually think I was directing a question.
Okay, I just can't hear because you just are kind of mumbling, so I couldn't.
I'll put
Yeah, you sound a little bit underwater.
Momento, por favor.
The main thing that you guys notice, Othala and Kayla, is the odd choice to wear a long coat and short pants.
That is so gauche.
It's all the
But,
rage down on floor 55.
yeah, it's like, is that like?
I-
I think Othala
Mm.
maybe like looks out of the corner of her eye, like, and just is trying to think really hard. Is that in style, or is this person just out of style? And then as she like gets as
mean,
as they
what
get
if
close,
she's just trying to bring some, like, country back as the style?
I don't think country has ever been in style, dear.
I don't know. I could think of a few things that could go with her outfit, but I don't know. Those colors kind of clash.
It's all different shades of brown. I think my eyes are bleeding. Mm. Is this? I feel like this is some sort of prank that Corin is playing on us. Don't you think so?
I don't know. He's never really struck me as one who's a prankster. Maybe this new person is just like the best server in the world, and that's why he hired her.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt for now. We'll just have to just see how this drink is, shall we? She just like patiently like waits and just pretends not to like really be confused as to the presence of and appearance of this woman until the server is like face to face and addresses her.
I really hope you were watching during that. Or Othala.
I absolutely was watching and it was really funny.
So, yeah, Ashley, you have two vintages on offer. You have the sparkling apple cider, and you have the aged apple bourbon. So those are the two things that you brought up here with your special tax-free vintages.
All right. Yes, fine, people. I've got bottle number 1 and bottle number 2. Bottle number 1 is an excellent apple cider, the finest of Floor 58. Bottle number 2 is a fine barrel-aged bourbon cider from the Gelato Lolly Apple Smacks line of. Did you just say
What
Sorry.
did you say? Apple smacks?
Sorry, nothing. This is a Christian Minecraft channel. What the? Mr. Norman is just handing me random things to copyright.
I'm giving you the opportunity to Kaiser Soze some shit. You're really bad at it.
You guys are
Sorry,
echoing.
I wasn't picking up what you were handing to me. I was working on it. Anyways, I shall offer the 2 different bottles to people and figure out who these people are, because I have no idea. But I'm wondering if they might soon be future allies in my one-person rebellion against the evil government overlords. I didn't want to say empire because
So-
knows.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
on there. Aren't you supposed to be serving us drinks, and now you're trying? You don't even know us.
Sorry, no, that was my internal monologue.
I had assumed he was speaking out of character as well.
That was my internal
on that
monologue.
one.
So
I'm
yeah,
offering
this
you
all-
the two vintage.
So this is all occurring. Ashley is clearly not suited for the job of server. However, they're very much trying. Very very much first day vibes. So at first, Othala, you bristle a little bit at this. Like, why the hell would Corin give me the new kid on my first day back after school? But all of that like ire fades as soon as Nara shows up on stage. Nara has the voice of an angel. if that angel were like packaged into a 2'10" like halfling copy of Lady Gaga. Like it
No way.
so she comes out and starts belting out like the Born This Way like anthem. She's definitely getting up there in years. Like she's in the middle of middle age. But she still
can't see.
got it.
Can't see my. Wait, was it? Can't read my Gwen face. Do. Witcher fans.
So yeah. The performance begins, and like there's clearly enchantments up in the private room here. Because despite the glass floor, it is almost augmented. Like you feel the song as much as you hear it.
I yell at Kayla as the set is going on. I recognize the song. I just didn't realize that this was her. Like, I have a terrible time connecting the names with the musicians. This is great.
I told you. She's the best.
So in her blue and brown flowing like Romani dress, Romani, she's like spinning around the stage, and she's absolutely working the crowd. Like there's at one point she like rips off a garter and like does the little like bride toss up into the second floor, up into the balcony, or like pulls off a garter and like shoots it up there like a rubber band. And don't get me wrong, the set is absolutely the highlight of the night. Eventually you do get food from the kitchen as well, and the Lucky Penny is really like earning its name tonight. This feels serendipitous. And even better, like when Nara's set begins to wind down, Corin comes up and first like looks to you, Kayla, with a little bit of, I've been expecting this or like a knowing look. Like, yeah, he's been expecting this. And with that communicated, he turns to Othala and says, "So, Kayla informed me you were looking to speak with Nara about some delicate matters. Now, she's not one who often meets with fans. Well, at least not in the private room. She tends to prefer heading down to the bar. But she's agreed to come up and hang out with you for at least an hour after her set. So if you're willing to hang around for a bit, you can meet the bard who performed tonight."
That is my intention. Jeeves, can you go ahead and start putting the set on a loop for me, please? The recording device you have in your chest there. Just make it seem like the set's going on and on and on. And,
yeah, his head tilts back, and like inside his mouth there's like a tiny little record player. Very much like
yeah. And scratch
Gur,
that
like Gur from Invader Zim.
Yeah, so basically Othala will just instruct him to continue play, basically like drowning out his recording device and also scratching any evidence from the record of anything that's going to take place in this room tonight for the next couple hours. I want it to just sound like just the sounds of the party downstairs.
Okay.
And then I will look at Corin and I'll be like, whenever she's ready, I'd love to have a chat. If she's uncomfortable coming up here, I could come down to her, but privacy, of course, is at the utmost discretion.
Okay. So,
thank you so much for setting this up.
As Corin like heads downstairs, like with his dragonborn Botox, his overly tight shirt, so he heads back down to the bottom floor. Ashley, you're kind of like standing back in the shadows, more or less forgotten about. Eventually, Nara does begin climbing up towards the private room, and when she enters, Kayla, you already knew this. Like you didn't have like a real like actual knowledge of this, but you had strong suspicions based on like, a friend of a friend of a friend told me. Othala, this is news to you, and Ashley, this is news to you as well. But hidden within the like Romani skirts that Nara wears, there is a chain, like a beaded chain, of tiny silver flames, mixed in with the rest of her jewelry. So she comes and introduces herself. So, I was told that you were looking to start a fire. And we will cut back to the last of the gathering scenes here.
It's fucking dope.
So
I didn't start the fire.
So yeah, so we come back
I
to Road and Taz, who at this point you have been. So this fight was short and epic, and like it was a battle for the ages, but that you lost basically immediately.
Oh, piece of shit.
Just overwhelmed by the half dozen individuals in the
It's because I
room.
don't have dark vision.
You
ableist assholes.
The elf like drew up these like Ivard's black tentacles out of the ground and bound Road to the floor. Taz got like bodily picked up and like had her axe removed by a combination of the other dwarf and by the half orc. And you guys like gave as good as you got, but eventually you were like hogtied on the floor after the span of about 45 seconds or so.
What a lock of someone's hair. I don't care whose it is.
Yeah, you've got like a chunk of the orc's like or of the dwarf's beard.
No, not the orc's hair. Leave his mop the way it is. That man is too gorgeous to mar.
It's too beautiful.
I'm gonna be Rhodes like in a cage, like I got as good as I got. Look at this chunk of hair I got. So he holds up a lock of pink hair, like, oh shit.
I'm not gonna lie, I was literally gonna use that orc NPC for a character on my floor, related to my floor.
I'm more concussed than I thought.
Because like, but there's just so many good like handsome orc men on Pinterest. I don't know what it is.
It's a lot.
I feel like handsome orc men is just like a redundant sentence.
Yeah, if you guys weren't outnumbered, like you probably would have had a decent fight on your hands. However, eventually the two of you do succumb, and you're like on the floor for a good like 10 minutes or so while they're like while they're talking, during which the bits of the conversation that you guys are able to pick up, no, like if Vyri doesn't, regardless, like intruders, we have no idea if they're part of the Aegis or not. I know they don't look like it. You telling me that these people are actually members of the fucking so the crosstalk here, like there's a little bit of disagreement. Like the dwarf seems to be inclined to like let you up and hear you out.
After I got a chunk of his beard, that is a good man right there.
Yeah, like there's like the tiny little beads of blood where like you ripped out like the hair from the roots, like just along one side of his jaw. And the elf is like ready to just like to cut you into little pieces and drop you down the poop chute. Whereas the orc is the one clearly like pulling rank here, and saying no, we've got to wait for Vyri. This is a name you've not heard before. About 10 minutes go by when there's like a soft knock at the door, to which they like look a little bit aghast at one another, and they're like, fuck, are there more of them? At which, so the half orc goes and like cracks open the door, and standing in the like illuminated from in front with the light of this like cozy tap room with like now 2 broken tables and chairs like scattered across the floor, is a purple tiefling with like a shock of white hair and big glasses that still have droplets of water on the inside of the lenses, holding up just like a little dainty knock before like poking up over her shoulder is the like soaked face of a nightjar. Mithra, what do you say?
Am I interrupting something?
Kick him in the
Are we doing-
balls.
Are we going to have to fight you too?
I would really love to not.
Hey, why didn't we get that option? I tried being nice.
You broke the damn door.
To be fair, you did break the damn door.
Look,
And in all honesty, she
easily
broke the damn
fix
door.
that. I could easily fix that. It didn't. I'm sorry. It didn't look that good. I could fix you up a lot better than what you had.
Okay. So the half orc is gonna like run both his hands through his hair. Mithra, as long as you're like on that side of the door frame, so far they look a little bit like frazzled enough by the intrusion of these other two individuals. That as long as you make no sudden moves, nobody seems like ready to jump you about it. However, so the half orc like runs both of his hands through his hair and he's like, shit, Thornwillow can't get here fast enough. Tell you what, and he's gonna like kick a chair out and plant it like directly in front of the door, like by the poop chute, like the sewer water, and say, you sit there. You know, you're definitely like in the range of where, you know, somebody could rear up and like kick you in the chest and you'd fall into the poop chute. So you sit there.
The alternate beginning to 300.
Yeah, exactly. And then he goes and sets up two more chairs and like bodily between him and the dwarf, like bodily plop and prop Taz and Road up in front of them. Okay. I'm gonna give you 1 minute apiece to explain yourselves. How the fuck did you end up here?
Swam. Is that a minute?
Swam. No, you've got another 56 seconds to explain.
Stop some guys from getting hung. Punched a guard and kicked a guard in the balls. Some guys with what kind of this symbol, and he's gonna like hold up the armband that he found. Came and pushed us down a well, and then we came down and swam. There, that's it. That's all I need. See?
DM, do I see the symbol on the armband?
Yeah, you sure do.
Does it look
Oh.
like what Niravuni showed me?
Niravuni was not quite accurate, but it was close. The one that Niravuni drew was kind of like a little bit swirled, like more of an arc to it. This one looks more like it's like a cartoon campfire kind of thing. Max, did I ever send you that image of it, or?
They've got to get one graphic designer. You can't do like two different logos. It has to be like synonymous. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
I did not. I sent a description of it, but not an image.
I need to actually. I'll draw it by next stream. I didn't have a lot of time this week. My bad.
That's fair. Okay. But yeah, so it's very close, but it's marginally different. But enough that it is recognizable.
Yeah.
So you pull that out. It does, or Mithra does seem to, with a quote unquote passive 0 in perception, Mithra does seem to react to the presentation of the image, but not in a way that you like really recognize or understand. And the dwarf and the half orc kind of like lock eyes on one another, and the half orc says, "Oh, fucking hells! I knew we should have made things a little bit more discreet." Okay. So, you said somebody in orange threw you down here.
Yeah, that.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they were helping us escape from the guards.
Escape from the guards? You needed to escape the guards?
Yeah, I told you I kicked one in the balls.
Were that true, that would cause an absolute fuck up of a day. You.
For him, definitely.
Or, so he like puts his finger like right underneath Taz's nose. How'd you end up here?
From the top of the well. Hi, I'm Taz. And she'll put her
You guys
finger
are both fucking killing me right now.
Taz. All right, Taz. Okay, push down the well.
What?
What were you doing before that?
Helping some people not die at the execution. Hey, do you know why they were dying? Because everybody was real pissed about it.
Make a... No, we're not gonna make you roll another like single-digit persuasion check.
The shade.
So, the dwarf is the one who responds to this, and he's kind of like soft-spoken. You know why they're being killed. They're implicated on a few attacks against the Aegis headquarters, or at least the headquarters for Floor 115. So, fortunately, they were found out and decided that they were going to be made an example of. Didn't think that they'd be doing it here, though.
Wait, what did they do?
Did you not hear about it?
Well, I guess not. I don't.
Fuck, Darius. It looks like they're covering it up. So he says that to the half orc. Calls him Darius. Looks like they're covering it up. To which he goes, apparently. Apparently. All right, and you.
Oh, who? Me?
You. What are you doing here?
So I have this friend, and he saw those two, and she like points on either side to Road and Taz.
Taz waves.
And they got pushed. A friend of mine saw them get pushed down a well, and then because he is a little bit old and fat and can't really quite move the same way as I can, he sent me here to try and help them because, you know, being pushed down a well is generally not good for one's health. And then I didn't see them when I looked into the well, and I looked around, and there didn't seem to be any other way out. So I jumped into the well, and I swam here, and now here we are, and it looks like you guys got into a violent...
See, everyone swims to get here.
Oh, that's so nice. Hi, you're nice, lady.
Okay. Well, so it appears we're going to have to seal up the well. If 3 strangers made their way through there. At which point the elf goes, "No, you can't possibly. I refuse to go through that," pointing down at the like poop chute. "I refuse to enter through there. There's not even baths in this place." "Yes, there is. You just refuse to use them."
What is this place, by the way?
Yeah, when you ask that, they punch you. I don't know why.
Well, so as you ask the question, from behind the individuals who you've already met, Darius and co, comes the sound of a like a female voice, with kind of a bit of a lilt to it. Well, it looks like as you found your way into a place where you don't belong. Unless you're die-hard, ready to literally die hard. and join yourselves to this place. You're not going to leave here alive. Welcome to the headquarters of the Ember Coalition.
How exactly would we die hard?
Let's,
Pretty tight soft.
let's just say we have means.
Sound terrible, honestly.
Let's just say we have means of gruesome ends. First, we'd clip your wings, and then second, you find out where the end of that pipe goes.
That seems a little bit excessive.
Right. So, you have an option here. How do you feel about Pinnacle Thorane and his Godstand satraps?
Kaz is gonna whisper to Road. I think we're supposed to not like them. I don't know what's happening, but it sounds not good.
Yeah, he kind of gave away what the right answer was. I hate him. Yeah. Honestly, though, Road's gonna look like more serious. He's like, I'd like to throw him off the top of this tower. Going to be fully honest.
And you?
Yes,
Turn
not,
into-
not good, not good. And she's gonna side eye Road, being like, right, yeah, not good, not good.
And you, Tiefling?
Oh, you're talking to me. Not the biggest fan.
So, I know this is going to seem a bit coercive, but really this is for the protection of us and our organization. So, actually, I do have a handout for her as well.
Picks? You got picks?
Settle down, Othala.
Look, as soon as she started singing, I was ready. Yep.
This is two different people. Nara and Vairi have similar accents.
Same
because
accent!
I only have so many voices.
I really thought they were the same person. I was very excited about this.
Yeah. Above the table, Vairi and Nara, Vairi's much more important. Nara is important, but she's not a main character.
How do you spell Vairi?
Okay.
Vaeri.
Okay.
So Vairi looks down at you. This woman, she appears to be like probably in her early to mid 50s.
Jesus, you could show off trophies on these collarbones. Holy shit.
Yeah, so a little bit on the thinner side, but like you can see that she's like athletic and a bit like she has muscles that have a little bit gone to waste. Definitely like the bits of exposed skin that you can see like underneath her like or like poking out from her like practical tunic and trousers. She has old scars. Like this woman has been a fighter for most of her life. I'm looking down at each of you. So I know that this can seem a bit coercive, but without this without this element of protection, you understand that we wouldn't last very long within this tower. So, should you be honest with me, we may be able to come to a proper agreement. However, should I find out you're lying, there's definitely more than one way to kill a rat. So, I'll ask you one more time. This tower is dominated by individuals who assert that there are them above and them below, and that if you're not one of them, you're of the below. And if you're in any way, shape, and form outside the norm, you gotta be clipped in order to fit within. So, you found yourself in the hearth and home of the Ember Coalition. How say you as to your next what is the next thing that you plan to do?
Well, get out of here
Well,
To?
to dry land.
I have a friend who's been really wanting to meet you.
Oh.
uh,
Name
oh, yep, go ahead.
Did you say name them? Wait, girl, did you say name them?
Yes, I did. Sorry.
Okay. Now, you're not gonna, like, go kill them, are you?
Unlikely. Depends on their motivations. If they're not part of the Aegis or any of the satraps' flunkies, then they may stand to be an asset.
Oh, he's definitely none of those. Have you ever met a very fluffy, kind of chubby tabaxi on floor 110?
So, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go.
So, with a passive inside of 14, like, you do see the elf kind of like his eyebrows knit together for a second. Like, he hasn't quite said anything yet, but you like see the lips begin to part as you speak.
Goes by the name Nervuni. He doesn't have I think he has positive feelings towards you. He honestly didn't tell me much, which I'm regretting a little bit now. On that, I'm going to have to talk with him later. Assuming I leave this sewer hole alive.
The angry-looking shadow sorcerer. So you, as a wizard, like you kind of peg him right off the bat. The shadow sorcerer kind of like looks up and or steps up behind Vyri. I know Nerivuni. I think she's on the level at least, and I can't detect any sort of ill will or malice from at least him. The dwarf fucking confuses me though. I have no idea what she's wanting. But I mean, we did need recruits, Fiery. So at that point, or so at that comment, Fiery kind of like, you know, fingers on the bridge of her nose, leaning back a little bit. All right. I'll give you a chance to prove yourselves. There's beds up at the north end of this room. Get some sleep and we'll speak in the morning. And we're going to call it... Huh? Go ahead.
Oh no, Mithra's just like, so we don't get to go right now, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think we're stuck here.
You're guests. For the night.
Are you kidnapping me?
Maybe.
No. Oh, no. Can I go home? No.
So you're kidnapping me. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna call it there for the night.
Real quick before we wrap up, 05-1, the founder, thank you for the $50 donation. Super appreciate it. You kind of came in right at the end here. I hope you've been watching for at least a little while.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome.
But yeah, thank you for the donation.
But if you came in at the part waypoint, Mr. Norman, where can they find the entire stream?
The entire stream is going to go up on Twitch after we're done streaming, and we are going to start uploading the VODs on YouTube on a separate channel just as soon as I can get that figured out. Garrow, I have someone here asking what's the easiest way to get into D&D, if you'd like to answer that real quick.
Easiest way? Probably your local game shop. So wherever you live, like if there's any kind of board game or tabletop stores, like literally just pop that into Google, like game store near me. It's a popular enough game that like most stores find advantage in like hosting game nights there. And it's a great way to meet new people, especially if like, you don't know, anybody else who plays these type of games in your area. Fantastic way to make new friends.
That's how I met Garo.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Well, so I started
on
playing in Adventures League with someone who invited me to a game back at the dorm because we were in college, and then that's where I met Garo.
And then one day I get a text from Garo, and he's like, "There's gonna be some guy in our dorm room."
Don't freak out.
Yeah. And then he showed me some really weird R-rated anime.
Daughters of Mnemosyne. Don't freak out, but he's over 21 and can buy us booze, so keep him around.
Bought me a lot of vodka.
Statute of limitations is up on that, right?
Absolutely.
Cool.
We're in our fucking 30s now. Anyway, so yeah, Mark, support your local game store. Oh, for those who made it to the session tonight, you get 100 experience points for being in the session.
Yes.
Woo!
So go ahead and add the XP. I want to let's see who had Ashley. You get another 50 experience points. For like socially navigating your way up the tower.
150
kind of like
more to speed. Right,
and then I think that's it for now. I think I gave the other experience points that I wanted to. But yeah, that's our session for tonight.
Cool. Thanks for everyone who came to hang out. It has been fun. Sorry I wasn't here for the first half of the session. I got guilted into helping out, or into going to a family birthday dinner. But yeah, so we will also be playing next Sunday. Oh wait, are we playing next Sunday?
Next Sunday is the 11th.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so we will be playing
next following Sunday that I'm busy.
All right, we'll be playing next Sunday, and going forward, even if there's a break Sunday where the DM can't make it, I will try and do something to stream to fill up space. Maybe I'll see if the others want to join and hang out. But yeah, so we will be here next Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But if you want to hang out for an art stream, or for one of my regular art streams, you can also show up on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sorry, Garo,
I'm so sorry. You're coming
Make
in
sure
right
you
at the
guys
end.
hydrate.
Yeah.
But if you have a 12-hour drive, we have the other 4-hour session 1 of this. If you want to take it.
Yeah, if you guys want to catch up, the first episode is available as a video on demand on Twitch.
I'm gonna be that asshole and say you meant Pacific Daylight Time.
Is it not also on YouTube?
PDT.
I thought I was watching it on YouTube last week.
Yes, same thing.
MST. We're on Mountain Standard Time.
Yes.
We're always on Mountain Standard Time. Arrow is on Pacific Daylight Time.
Yeah, but as of right now, it's Pacific Daylight Time. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, Arizona's the exception to the rule, so I think we should stay on Pacific. Also,
I am technically the best guy. Correct.
Oh my
He's
God.
coming through more of my mic. Yeah, social club. Sorry, we were just about to end up, but maybe I'll do some gaming or something to entertain the new people that just came in. Or not. I'm tired. I drank a whole bottle of Seagrams, so I'm feeling it. I'm kidding.
He's a lightweight.
Yeah. But next time, come and hang out next time, or come and hang out during one of our other streams. So I am going to go ahead and end the stream for this time. Anything anyone else wants to say before we go?
Thank y'all for watching.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, guys.
All that good stuff.
All right, see you guys next time. Later.
Bye.
Toodaloo.